Comrades Conference, can I welcome you back to our second day of Scottish Labour Conference 2022. I hope everyone had the opportunity to enjoy the various fringe meetings and social events last night and are looking forward to enjoying another day of robust debate and speeches. Conference, can I begin by asking Jenny Young, Chairperson of the Conference Arrangements Committee, to make her second report to Conference.
Clap or otherwise after you've heard me, I think. First of all, can I echo Cara's welcome, and can I remind everybody of the COVID rules? Everybody needs to have a lateral flow test every day, to wear a mask when they're moving around conference, to wash their hands regularly, to the tune of the red flag. Because we want this conference to be as safe a conference as possible. So thanks everybody for their commitment so far to that guidance. Today's agenda will debate the motions within the Building a Safer Future, Building the Opportunities of the Future, and the Building of the Stronger Communities of the Future. These sessions will be obviously moved and seconded in the same manner, and can we ask people to be ready to come up and to stick to the times, because we want as many people to get into the debate that want to. Obviously, the text of the motions are in your conference arrangements report. We'll also have a keynote address from Keir Starmer, leader of the Labour Party, and this will be at 2 a.m. Could we... 2 p.m, sorry. If anybody else lives in Hindland, I had a very long power cut last night, at 2 p.m. And can we ask that people get promptly into their seats? Otherwise, your seats will be taken up by visitors. So delegates, particularly, make sure you're in time to get your seats, because as the room fills up, the seats will be taken. Can I also remind people about the exhibition, but particularly to remind people visiting the exhibition that there are bits around the corner which are not getting much footfall. So the exhibition is much bigger than you first expect. So go for a wander round and make sure that you see all the stalls. So I just move the CAC report number 1 for today. Thanks.
Conference to accept the report. I can see a delegate with a hand up. Would you like to come to the rostrum, please?
Morning, comrades. I've noticed that in the CAC report, it's also mentioning for tomorrow that all rule changes will be taken as a one-block vote. So I'd like to propose that we refer the report back, because I don't think that we should be doing that. The rules that we've not had a lot of a chance to look at, and also they're quite different in their nature, and we shouldn't be voting on them in one block.
I'm just calling Jenny to respond to that. Jenny.
Thanks very much. There is a further SEC meeting at lunchtime to finalise the rule changes, but we're happy to look at that and look at how the votes might be taken, not in a single block. So hope that's acceptable to the delegate.
Thank you, Jenny. Can I ask if Conference is willing to accept the Conference Arrangements report, obviously given the assurances from Jenny that the SEC are meeting at lunchtime today, and we'll look at the option of looking at the rule changes individually, rather than all in one block. Is that agreeable to Conference? Thanks, Conference. I'm delighted to ask Ben Proctor, Chair of the Scottish Co-op Party, to address Conference.
Good morning, conference. I hope you're all well recovered from last night's karaoke. I wasn't there myself, so if my voice goes, it's totally unrelated. As Cara said, my name is Ben Proctor, and it is my honour to address you this morning and to pass along greetings as the new chair of the Scottish Cooperative Party to you, the members of our sister party. Before I begin, I would just like to reflect on how much has changed since we last met at an in-person conference, and to remember those who are no longer with us. In particular, I would like to pay tribute to Ian Miller, who was my predecessor on Scottish Labour's Executive Committee. Ian was a man who lived for his community, and he epitomised the values of the labour and cooperative movements through his work with the ScotMid and beyond. His guidance and his determination to always find common ground are the ideals to which we should all aspire and take with us always. He is truly missed. Friends, as I said, it's an honour to speak to you this morning, and especially so to be able to address you from my hometown of Glasgow, a city that is steeped in the rich history of the cooperative movement. From the rent strikes of Mary Barber, a member of the Kinning Park Cooperative Guild, to the last Glasgow Labour administration's pioneering efforts to promote credit unions, it is truly right that Glasgow is able to call itself home to a cooperative council. But conference, I cannot wait until we make Glasgow a Labour and cooperative council once again. The joint journey of the labour and cooperative movements is not something that we can only find in the history books. The Cooperative Party here in Scotland continues to grow from strength to strength. In last year's Scottish parliamentary elections, we increased our number of cooperative MSPs, welcoming new members, including Scottish Labour's own leader, Anna Sarwar, and through supporting our cooperative parliamentarians, passing vital legislation, such as Daniel Johnson's bill to ensure that violence against shop workers is outlawed, Neil Bibby's bill to give better choice to those at the local pub, which I'm sure quite a lot of us can appreciate, and also continuing to work with Rhoda Grant to promote the right to food. On behalf of the Cooperative Party, I would like to extend our thanks to Joanne Lamont, David Stewart, Claudia Beamish, and to James Kelly for their work in Parliament and for their continuing support for the cooperative ideal since. In conference, we're not stopping there, and as Anas said yesterday, we must now look to the future. So I'm pleased to be able to share with you that in May's local elections, we are standing over 100 joint Scottish Labour and cooperative candidates, more than double the number we did 5 years ago. In conference covering every region of Scotland, our candidates will stand up for local communities, they will empower local people, and they will provide a real alternative to the divisive agenda of the SNP. If you believe in unlocking the full potential of the high street following the COVID-19 pandemic, giving those in private rented accommodation a true voice, and conference, if you believe in ending transport inequality by promoting community transport and not-for-profit operators, then I would highly, highly recommend that you come past our stall, which is one of the ones that Jenny mentioned has been tucked just around the corner, and find out a little bit more about our recommendations for you to include in your local government manifestos. And also don't forget to join us at the lunchtime fringe. Richard would have a go at me if I didn't. Feel free to mention that. And we're just along at the Doubletree for that one. And at that, you'll be able to hear firsthand the difference that cooperative councillors are making in their communities right now and will continue to do so after me. So, conference, I wish you every success for the rest of the weekend, and I look forward to delivering real and lasting change with you on the campaign trail and beyond. Thank you.
Thanks, Ben. Conference, our first debate session this morning is on building a safer future. Can I begin by once again thanking our CLPs, trade unions and affiliates for the number of motions that we received. Copies of all the motions to be debated at conference have been emailed in advance to delegates via the delegates report, and they can also be found in Appendix 1 of today's CAC report 2. Delegates also should have now collected their ballot packs, but if there's any delegates in the hall who have yet to do this, then please do collect your ballot pack from the information stand as soon as you can. During this morning's debates, conference will consider the following motions. Motion 4 on tribunal system, submitted by the Scottish Labour Women's Conference. Motion 5 on serious sexual offences, submitted by the Scottish Labour Women's Conference. Motion 6 on safer transport to and from work, submitted by Unite the Union. I will call each motion one after the other during the debate and invite speakers once all the motions have been moved and seconded. Speakers are welcome to speak on any of the motions moved in the debate session. Just a reminder that each delegate moving a motion has got 5 minutes to speak. Seconders have got 3 minutes, although I'll accept a formal seconder from the floor, and all delegates speaking in the debate have got 4 minutes. So please do stick to your time so we can ensure that as many delegates get in to speak as possible. Is there going to be a video now? Sorry, it says on my sheets there's going to be a video now, but I'm not sure if that is the case or not. Conference, can I now welcome Katie Clark, MSP, to open the Building a Safer Future debate.
Conference, it is a pleasure to open this debate on behalf of Pauline McNeill and myself, who've been working on your behalf on the Justice Brief in the Scottish Parliament. As our movement knows, there has been little justice for working class communities, and it is working class people who are the main victims of crime. The legal system is in crisis with massive backlogging cases due to COVID. 2/3 of those waiting to be heard involve sexual offences, so women and children are disproportionately affected by this backlog in cases. The prisons are overcrowded, with 30% of the prison population being remand prisoners, the vast majority of whom haven't been convicted of anything yet, and so therefore may be found not guilty, or indeed may get a sentence which is less than the time they have already spent in jail. This is by far the highest rate in Europe. The number of women in prison has also increased, despite most people agreeing that prison isn't the right place for most women who commit crimes. And access to justice is getting more difficult. We spend less now on legal aid than we did when the Scottish Parliament was created. The SNP cut almost £500 million out of the legal aid budgets in the years up to 2019. That means that less people in working class communities get access to justice and don't get the help and the support they need. Pauline McNeill and myself have made a priority this parliamentary term of work to change the legal system so it delivers better for women and girls. We see violence against women everywhere. Rape culture exists in schools, with teenagers experiencing sexual harassment and assault. And revenge porn and the spiking of drinks are growing problems. Shockingly, in recent years, around 40% of all the sexual offences recorded by the police relate to a boy or a girl who is under the age of 18 years. A major part of the Unite Hospitality dispute has been the call for action to stop the sexual harassment of hospitality workers. We support those campaigning for safe passage home from work. But what are the Scottish Government doing? They're cutting booking office hours and services and reducing the number of staff in our railways. Solidarity to the TSSA, RMT and ASLEF, who are fighting ticket office closures. Zara McDermott's recent BBC documentary uncovering rape culture looked at the burgeoning rape culture in Britain's schools. Teenage girls are often under pressure to send nude photographs of themselves, with a report last year describing the practice as becoming dangerously normalised. The Sunday Post recently reported that 3 out of 5 girls have been sexually harassed. We need education, but we also need a seismic shift in attitudes and culture. Scottish Labour has called on the Scottish Government to roll out the Equally Safe in Schools programme developed by Rape Crisis Scotland. The testimony of many rape victims is they find the legal system re-traumatising. We cannot let our justice system continue to treat women and victims like this. They should be able to get access legal advice and representation that puts their interests and their voices first. And if the Scottish Government need to legislate to make that happen, if they don't do it, we will. Earlier this year, Scottish Labour brought together senior lawyers to meet with Keir Starmer and Anna Sauer to discuss how we work together. We are now building a network of labour lawyers in Scotland, and Pauline McNeill and I will be hosting an event in May. We need to work with all involved in the sector, with women's organisations and community groups, trade unions and victims. Scottish Labour knows that access to justice is vital for the communities of Scotland, and we will fight for the changes which make access to justice a reality for all.
Thank you, Katie. Can I ask the delegates who are moving and seconding motions 4, 5 and 6 to be ready to come forward? And if the delegate moving motion 4 can come to the rostrum, and other delegates moving and seconding the session make themselves known to the stewards so we can make sure we can get as many speakers in as possible. Thank you.
Councillor Eva Murray, Scottish Association of Labour Councillors Rep on Scottish Labour Women's Committee. I'm moving motion 4. We have a serious and unaddressed problem with access to justice in this country. It is an issue that is larger than what I want to talk about today. We need wide-scale reform of our legal aid system and much better support for victims. However, today I want to talk specifically about women facing discrimination and the barriers they face in accessing justice. Women who suffer discrimination at work currently face a lengthy, complicated process, forced to fight their case on an individual basis. There is no guarantee that a case will be heard by a judge with expertise in equalities law, and there is no consistency in how cases are treated, and there is no scope for them to lead to the broader changes we need in our workplaces. Further, the introduction of tribunal fees saw a collapse in discrimination cases. We need fundamental changes to how these cases are brought to court. Changes that would allow us to tackle structural inequality in the workplace. The introduction of equality courts has the potential to create low-cost, accessible expert centres where women can properly access justice. It would provide the scope for cases to impact society more widely and create an incentive for employers to develop fairer workplaces. This is a policy that would change the lives of women now and dramatically improve lives for women in the future. I move motion 4.
Thank you. Can I invite the delegate seconding motion 4 to come to the rostrum, please?
Good morning, Chair, Conference. Davina Rankin, seconding motion 4 on behalf of Unison. Conference, the motion itself sets out how an equality court could be achieved through the new powers that are being devolved to the Scottish Government. And while I accept such a large change to the way we currently do things wouldn't necessarily be easy, it is possible. We have seen a similar change made in the way in which we deal with personal injury courts. Conference, it is exceedingly hard to gain access to equality justice. It is a long, challenging and expensive process. We heard yesterday about the ongoing fight for justice in the Glasgow City Council equal pay case. A case that has taken so far 16 years, involved tens of thousands of women and is still not fully resolved. Last Tuesday, Unison announced that it had smashed again the 50% threshold for strike action and will be taking further action to secure equality justice for our members. Thank you, Conference. While the fight goes on for many women, I think we need to pause and reflect the number of women who have actually died waiting for justice to be delivered in that case. The Glasgow City Council case is a rare perfect storm where the unions could bring the might of industrial action, led by strong, independent women, I might add, and back that up with a strong legal case. However, that really is the exception, as most cases usually centre around one or two individuals, which is the biggest barriers to achieving real and meaningful change. Conference, imagine the real justice we could achieve if we had a court system that had a single point of access instead of splitting cases across 3 distinct court processes. A court system that developed a deep level of expertise and knowledge because they're only dealing with equality cases, and a court system that was actually affordable to workers. A single equality court could deliver all of that. A court that could finally deliver justice to women who, despite over 50 years of Equal Pay Act, still face a growing pay gap in the workplace. A court that could deliver justice for black workers who face discrimination and abuse in the workplace daily and faced a lack of access to PPE during the pandemic while facing a disproportionate risk from the virus. A court that could deliver justice for disabled workers who were denied access to reasonable adjustments until those reasonable adjustments became the normal working practice for everyone. A court that could deliver justice for LGBT+ workers who feel unable to just be themselves at work for fear of facing abuse and discrimination. Conference, I really could go on with all these examples of the types of cases the court could deal with, but the point is that there remains deep-rooted inequalities in our workplaces, and that despite legislation and the efforts of our trade unions will not change until we see a step change in how the courts deal with these cases, and until employers know that justice will be delivered in a timely fashion. Conference, I opened with a focus on equal pay. Due to the pandemic, it will now take an additional 36 years to close the gender pay gap, meaning that in total it will take 136 years for women to achieve pay parity with men in the workplace. This morning I tried to work out how many generations of girls will be born before we get to the point where a girl is born guaranteed parity of pay in the workplace. And I must admit I struggled with the sums, but you're looking at least another 6 generations of girls entering the workplace before we would achieve parity. I'm not naive to think a single equality court will fix that, but it could help nudge the figure down in the right direction. And isn't that worth fighting for? Please support this motion. I second.
Thank you. Can I invite the delegate moving motion 5 to come to the rostrum, please?
Cathy Peaty, Communication Workers Union and Chair of Labour Women's Committee. Moving motion 5. Chair, 2,343 women reported rape in the 1920. 300 were prosecuted and 130 convicted. 2,343 reported, 130 convicted. Oh, imagine people not hearing me. You hear me now? Nearly 2,000 or more than 2,000 reported serious victims of rape and 130 prosecuted. That must tell you something. What's happening? Is it any surprise that women are reluctant to come forward? Even in terms of the over 2,000 that were reported, how many more women have been subject to violent crime, I'm stuttering this morning, and rape? Women don't come forward. And an example is when they met, women put up with sexism, misogynistic treatment, said nothing, And it wasn't who actually heard some of the things happening in the Met that women came forward. Now, that would be for a number of reasons. It'd affect your career. Life would become more difficult. And you need to know you're going to be treated fairly. It's hard to come forward. You need to know you're going to be listened to when you report rape. And that's not the case. You need to be taken seriously. The stats I quoted earlier on do not show that. You need to know that your complaint will be dealt with in a reasonable fashion and not be judged, not dismissed of what she's wearing. She was drunk. Oh, she's married to him anyway. How can it be rape? These are the things that are frequently said when talking about rape and rape going to court. You need to know, or you need to have trained, supportive police officers that actually understand why you're reporting. Not, again, to just dismiss it. They need to have the skills and training to support you, to understand what the issues are. And you need to know when you go to court, you will be listened to and treated with respect and not labelled by a jury that don't take on board your complaint. That is not always, as it happens, that's not the case. You need to believe that this reporting and reliving this horrendous crime that you are going to listen to, it's not going to be dismissed. This motion calls for specially trained police officers to be communicating with the case with the victim, to know who to speak to. So you speak to one person, another person, you're reliving that horrendous thing that's happened to you over and over again. That's a nightmare. So we do need people that are trained and understanding how the system works and be able to tell the women what they're facing. I said earlier on, if you don't have that, if you don't know you're going to be treated with respect, if you don't know you've been treated fairly, you're not going to report. And if you don't report, the person who's the perpetrator of that crime will do it again. It'll be the next woman they make. No good enough. So the Donnan report is asking to find a way forward in Scotland. This issue needs priority. It's calling for the SEC to look at how you take this forward. It needs to be given priority. It needs to put women first. It needs to listen and go back to those over 2,000 prosecutions going to court. 130 went forward. That's not enough. We need to sort it. It's a serious issue. It's not just something that happens to women. Comrades, this is about everybody talking. It's a women's issue. It's come from the Women's Committee. It must be about women. It's not. It's an issue for all of us. We need to take it seriously. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I invite the delegate second in motion 5 to come to the rostrum, please?
Thank you, Conference. My name's Holly Cameron. I'm from Glasgow Kelvin CLP, and I'm happy to second this motion. Before I do, I'll just highlight here that because of the nature of this motion, I'm going to refer to victim blaming language and how rape is dealt with in the justice system. Before I go on to do that, I'd like to start with some thank yous. So thank you to the Scottish Labour Women's Committee for doing this motion justice and bringing it forward. And Cathy rightly said that this motion should be given priority, and I just want to make sure that you understand that this has already been given priority by your sisters who voted voted it highly on the priority ballot for during Scottish Labour Women's Conference a couple of months ago. In principle, I already agreed with specialist rape courts, comrades, but the thing that really brought into very sharp focus that they're necessary was the fact that I was cited to the High Court in August 2021, and the case that I heard was a rape case. The jurors that we dealt with in that rape case were, displayed a lot of victim-blaming ideals and language. It was a very difficult experience for myself and another woman. It was awful enough listening to the evidence given by the victim, and it was hard enough to take in the police evidence and the prosecution's evidence, which, in my view, clearly showed that there was a case for rape there. The young woman was highly intoxicated with drugs and alcohol, and she clearly stated that she did not consent to that. So that was difficult enough. When the deliberations started, there was a lot of talk about how a guilty plea would ruin his life, and how was he supposed to go on and find other work if he was given a not proven verdict. Not proven is another debate entirely, but there was very, very little regard shown for the young woman, and another woman juror was quite distraught. One thing that I didn't manage to say to my sisters at Women's Conference that I wish I had later was that the other woman juror whose verdict was guilty was distraught afterwards. And I stopped to talk to her, and she kept saying, "I just feel like we failed her." And I just wish that had gathered my thoughts enough to tell her that the system has failed this woman. So I commend the contents of this motion to you, and I'm very grateful to Katie and Pauline for all their work. I'm glad to hear that they're looking to prioritise sexual violence in their roles going forward. So thank you.
Thank you. Can I invite the delegate moving motion 6 to come to the rostrum?
Good morning, Chair, Conference, Shirley Johnston, moving motion 6 on behalf of Unite. Conference, hospitality workers are one of the most exploited groups of workers in the economy. They more often than not experience low pay, 0 hours contracts, unacceptable working conditions, grossly undervalued, and on top of that are more likely to be victims of sexual harassment or assault in the workplace than in any other industry. Unfortunately, this exploitation has become the norm. In bars, restaurants, hotels and nightclubs, workers are faced with unwanted attention and harassment from customers and treated with contempt Workers are faced with unwanted attention and harassment from customers and are treated with contempt, and then if you don't like it, you can leave attitude by employers. Instead of addressing the issues with the industry, they are brushed aside. When this is combined with the toxic mix of alcohol, it literally fuels unacceptable behaviour. After a night of this intensity, all you want to do is go home, put your feet up, have a relax, go to bed. But what happens to you when the last bus is gone and the streets are empty? You feel vulnerable and anxious. Conference, we believe employers have a duty of care to provide safe transport home. The safety and well-being of workers should extend beyond the shift ending if it finishes after 11 o'clock. Workers should not be put in a position where they feel vulnerable when leaving their workplace at night. They shouldn't become victims of assault, harassment or stalking on their late commute to or from work. This is more acutely felt by hospitality workers that are required to work when the rest of us party, and this is often at night. Definitely going to have to get my hair cut. It makes no sense for hospitality workers to work past the time that public transport is available in the hope of earning extra wages, only to spend those 2 hours' pay on a taxi home to ensure their own safety. Unite's Fair Hospitality Charter aims to make sure that doesn't happen. The Charter sets a standard for fair pay and working conditions across the sector, including pay and the real living wage. include paying the real living wage, guaranteed hours, 100% tips, a proactive anti-sexual harassment policy and a guaranteed safe transport home. The Charter sets the tone for fair work across the hospitality sector, and where it is implemented, it is helping to attract workers into the industry. Conference. We know that there are bigger problems in our society that require to be addressed to stop the violence, harassment and fear experienced by women walking through the streets of our towns and cities at night. However, this particular issue, getting home safely after work, which most of us take for granted, could be addressed easily by employers that genuinely do care about the welfare of their workforce, by ensuring that they provide safe transport home if workers are required to work beyond 11 p.m. The move by East and Bartonshire Council to link the extension of licences to hospitality workplaces to the provision of safe transport for workers is groundbreaking and should act as a gold standard by which other councils take a lead. Combination of low pay, late hours and the heightened anxiety of an industry where experience of sexual harassment or assault are common put many workers in a highly vulnerable position. 0 hours contracts, irregular hours and low pay make safe transport home unaffordable for many. Employers that schedule shifts that go beyond 11 p.m. should be required by law to provide safe transport home at a cost to them. But in the absence of changes to employment law on this anytime soon, pressure should be put on the licensing committee of our councils here in Scotland to deliver this through the application for late opening licences. Far too long, workers have accepted the exploitative nature of work in the hospitality sector, but they have had enough and are organising around this issue and the exploitative nature of the industry and are fighting back to improve their pay terms and conditions. And they're winning. Workers across the sector are Hi, can you hear me now? Okay. Workers across the sector are joining the trade union movement in significant numbers. They recognise that collectively they have strength in numbers to stand up to the unfair practices of many employers across the industry. I believe we are witnessing the start of a sea change in what young people in particular are willing to accept. Their safety should not, and I say yet again, their safety should not be compromised. Let's make a decision here at this conference to ensure that all labour-controlled councils make safe transport home a prerequisite of any licence application. Please support this motion. I move.
Thank you. Can I invite the seconder to come to the rostrum, please?
Unison Scotland, second in motion 6. Just a couple of points really. Setting a consistent standard in the hospitality sector would benefit from a consistent approach in licensing authorities like Glasgow City Council and other local authorities in Scotland. Staff are working shift work. No everybody works in an office. We've got catering staff in the city chambers. We've got facility management staff that deal with all the functions and civic receptions. These guys are working to 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock, sometimes 1 o'clock in the morning with the filming a Batgirl and the likes of that goes on. There is rules existing across the council where the taxi services accounts are there for people for the welfare and the safety of staff. But there's also an inconsistency in the section where GMB workers and Unite workers are. People are subject to different conditions. Our Unison members, share the same issues, and in solidarity with them, I'm going to raise the stuff. 11:30 is the cut-off point. You need to be after 11:30 before you can get a taxi, and this has been managed, by one section, but there isn't a consistent approach right across the council. I think it's ridiculous because buses to some areas off routes, well before 11:30, forcing people to actually pay for their own taxis or wait to get night buses. So you've finished your shift at work and you're coming home, and people are quite rowdy on buses and the likes as well, and you're subject to all sorts of situations that you would rather not be involved in at the end of your shift. It's not something that's it's an expectation of people that work 9 to 5. I think people that work shifts need to be treated with a wee bit of respect. I think licensing authorities and Labour, when they're in power, and Labour, when they're in opposition, need to apply a wee bit of consistency and a wee bit of pressure, in terms of the scrutiny that's involved in that, because in local government, we're supposed to be setting the standards. We should set the standards, and we should expand these standards into the hospitality sector and other areas so that workers can be protected, and welfare is the first concern, know the price of a taxi paid for by the employer. Second.
Thanks to delegates for moving and seconding these motions. Can I now ask for delegates who want to speak in the debate to raise their hands, and I'll take speakers in groups of 3. If I call you, then please make your way to the side of the stage, and a reminder that speeches should be as 4 minutes or as short as possible, so we can bring as many people in as possible. Elaine there, delegate up the back with a white shirt. Is there anyone else that would like to speak in this debate? Sorry, it's really hard to see. Woman there next to the man with the blue T-shirt. Thank you. Yeah, thanks, Elaine.
Thanks very much, Cara and comrades. I'm Elaine Smith, Women's Officer for Cooperative and Crescent CLP, and I want to speak about violence against women and girls and support all of the motions. It's shocking that in 21st century Scotland, a culture of sexism and misogyny exists in our police force and could result in women not reporting rape and sexual assaults. This must be challenged and it must be changed. But male violence against women and girls is sadly endemic right across society. Historically, the Labour Party has been the party committed to tackling this, as well as the misogyny, patriarchy and sex discrimination that underpins it. In the Scottish Parliament from the outset, it was female Labour ministers who introduced specific policies and legislation on domestic abuse and wider issues of violence against women and girls. And Labour women MSPs campaigned, spoke out and introduced members' bills to tackle domestic abuse and issues of sex discrimination. And just over a year ago, Joanne Lamont was successful in getting an amendment to the Forensic Medical Services Bill, changing the word gender to sex, so that women survivors of rape and serious sexual assault have the right to request a female examination. Disgracefully, Green Party and Liberals, 8 men and 1 woman, voted against this trauma-informed committee-recommended change to help alleviate distress. It was a change explicitly sought by women survivors. In considering ways to protect women, we cannot ignore issues of women's sex-based rights and female-only spaces, and the concerns that many women have that these rights are conflicting with the SNP's GRA reform legislation. Women across Scotland and beyond were shocked by the SNP Cabinet Secretary for Equality stating on Thursday, and I quote, "There is no evidence that predatory men have ever had to pretend to be anything else to carry out abusive behaviour." Well, I think that every woman in this hall will know how wrong that statement is, and there's plenty of examples to prove it, how wrong it is. So either Shona Robison was shockingly poorly informed or very bad at engaging with evidence. I think it's the latter, because the SNP have failed to properly consult with the many grassroots women's groups in Scotland before they launched the bill on Thursday. And it would be unacceptable confidence to Labour women if our Labour MSPs did the same and allowed women's rights under the Equality Act to be effectively dismantled, particularly when violence against women remains endemic in our society. Can I remind confidence, our manifesto last May said we would continue in the use of the Equality Act 2010 to frame equalities policies. This then means that we have to discuss the fact that if society accepts that any man is a woman based on his say-so, then it's impossible to maintain female-only spaces and protections, and that has major implications for tackling violence against women. So we need respectful debate and scrutiny of this proposal. And to that end, the Labour Women's Declaration is hosting an event on International Women's Day. Our MSPs have been invited, as have all of you, to come along and join that online discussion. Confidence, we need to be clear that it is predominantly men who carry out crimes of sexual abuse and violence against women and girls, and so we must call it what it is, male violence. The spectrum of male violence includes physical, sexual and psychological violence, domestic abuse, rape, prostitution, pornography, trafficking, sexual harassment, so-called honour-based violence, FGM and forced marriages. And we must also tackle the causes of male violence against women and girls, including the prevalence and normalisation of pornography. Chair, can I commend all the brave female survivors of rape and serious sexual assault who have spoken out to help improve services and to get justice, and also commend Katie on her work on this and Pauline on her work on this. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Elaine. Can the next delegate come up to the rostrum, please?
Thanks, Chair. Alan Moyer, ASLIF, and pleased to be a reselected candidate to stand for Bishopbriggs South and East Northamptonshire Council. And very much supporting the motions 5 and 6, but I wish to pay particular attention to motion 6, obviously hospitality, transport in East Northamptonshire for our young people and women is extremely important. And it just shows that even with a small number of councillors, that Labour councillors do make a major difference. So I'm looking forward to May the 6th having a number of additional councillors, Labour councillors, to make sure we do even more greater work in East Northamptonshire Council. What we say, Chair, that the work that's been done in East Northamptonshire has been welcomed, and the work with Unite has been fantastic in delivering that. And to be fair, within the hospitality sector within East Northamptonshire, it's been well received right across the board, but this is not necessarily to root out the bad hospitality businesses. This is about the badgings, and indeed that's indeed what we'll do as we carry on. But the key thing is this, in relation to the licensing arrangement, is that we need to make sure that once we get these policies in place locally, that we need to make sure that we've got Labour councillors in these boards, making sure that these policies are indeed carried out. And also, if these policies within the licensing board aren't robust, then we need to amend it. But it may actually also indeed require additional legislation powers in relation to Holyrood if we are not necessarily able to fully protect our young people and our women in terms of getting home safely after working. But what I would like to do, Chair, just speaking on a point that I think it was commented in relation to Unison, and that's in relation to transport, public transport. Obviously, I'm involved in SPT as Vice Chair, along with my other, again, Labour colleagues. One of the things we have quite clearly pointed out that the status quo in terms of, particularly in the west of Scotland and Strathclyde, in relation to public transport and buses, is quite frankly, a status quo is not an option. What we're finding is that buses over the piece are hemorrhaging left, right and centre. And despite the hundreds of millions of pounds being put to keep the buses running during the COVID, which obviously we'd like to see, keeping people moving, key workers moving, health service and other key workers to their work, there's not been any ask in relation to the private sector in relation to maintaining bus services in our area. So I'm particularly pleased that within SPT, again with Labour colleagues, we've been able to produce a paper called Transport for Strathclyde, which quite clearly outlines the choices that are there. But as I said before, status quo ain't an option. There's a number of options there. One is doing nothing and just watch the bus industry go down the tubes and see the whole issue of safety and people getting home even more difficult. Or there is the multiple options there in relation to franchising and other options. I know what my option would be, and hopefully it will be outlined tomorrow in the transport debate, but that is a properly publicly owned bus service controlled by the councillors and accountable in terms of the West of Scotland. Proper ticketing, proper access, and the days of paralysis by analysis, because quite clearly one of the things we see, if you have the option of having a car, people are being priced out in relation to what's the price of petrol and all this. So people are going to be increasingly dependent on public transport, and as we can see quite clearly, that is going to be increasingly difficult and time goes on. So we need to start talking about public transport on the same basis of health and education and all the key things like such an environment, and start talking about it in terms of investment and making sure that we do extend under 22s to the Glasgow subway, to the Edinburgh trams, and to make sure that is extended to the over 60s, and not to forget our colleagues in the ferries. So, Chair, I appreciate somewhat, I'm under the title of building a safer future, but public transport is absolutely fundamentally a key part in delivering that. So thank you, and support motion 6. Thank you.
Can the next speaker come up to the rostrum, please?
Hi everyone, Elsie Greenwood, delegate for Scottish Young Labour. I wasn't planning on speaking, so forgive me that I'm looking at my phone. But I'd like to speak very briefly on motion 5, which I wholeheartedly support, and particularly draw focus to the first paragraph that references the failures within the police force, not only to deal with cases of sexual violence, but the serious problems with their own behaviour and culture. Police forces across the UK, with particular reference to the Met, are failing women. It was just a year ago that Sarah Everard was killed by a serving police officer who used his power to commit a serious and heinous act of sexual violence and eventually killed her. And I want to pay tribute to her now. However, 9 months before Sarah was murdered, 2 sisters, Beba Henry and Nicole Smallman, were murdered as well. After this, 2 serving police officers who were meant to be protecting their bodies took photos with them, took selfies with their bodies, and sent them around group chats with other police officers. This is not only a disgusting and horrific thing to do to 2 people who have died, but it's entirely dehumanizing, and it shows the sexism and the horrific nature of how men treat women within the police. But the cases of Beba, Nicole and Sarah are not anomalies. The culture of misogyny, and particularly misogyny against women of colour in the police force, and the way that they dehumanise women who have been victims of sexual violence is rife. And I'm really glad that this motion addresses that and seeks to improve their services. Thanks.
Thank you. We've got time to take some more speakers. If anyone wants to speak, if you want to put your hand up. Delegate over there. Delegate down here. Yeah. And is there anyone else? It's really quite hard to see. It's quite dark. Is there anyone else that wants to speak? No, I think that's it for now. If the delegate wants to come to the rostrum, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. Conference, Fred Hessler, member of Edinburgh Northern and Leith, member of Unite, with a woman as new General Secretary, and standing for Scottish Labour as candidate for number 1 Almond Ward in the Edinburgh Council Council elections on May the 5th. The motion calls for the tribunals to try and advance equality for women. We should take a step back from that, and I want you to think about, if anyone's seen the film Made in Dagenham from 2010, wonderful film, and the women workers sewing the linings of the cars are downgraded and their pay's been cut. And the telling point in that film isn't the fact that they got a hearing from Barbara Castle, wonderfully played by Miranda Richardson, and that the Equal Pay Act 1970 on the statute book from the last 50 years still today hasn't produced equality of pay for women, because the 2017 report on the levelling up shows that the gender pay gap has actually increased in the last 5 years. But the telling point in that film is that when they realised that they could come out on strike and stand up for themselves, it was a revelation to them. The women didn't think, in a male-dominated industry, in a male-dominated, I have to say, trade union structure, and it took the character played wonderfully by Bob Hoskins with a glint in his eye to show the women, yes, you can stand up for yourselves, but nobody wanted to take up the mantle and stand up for themselves. And our Scottish Labour history is got a number of magnificent, powerful women, but there's far too few of them, and I could name them all from Jenny Lee onwards. But the point being that we need to work through your trade unions as well, and for women to realise that not all men are the same. That for decades, the trade union movement's been dominated, unfortunately, by a male-dominated patriarchy. It is changing, hopefully with Sharon's input in Unite. But for women in trade union movement to realise that not men are all against you. There are men who are happy to take up the cudgels and strive for women's equality. So, look for those people in your trade union branches and your Labour Party. Thank you very much.
Can I just check that no one else wants to come in and speak in this debate? Final chance? No, I can't see any hands up. Right, can I ask Councillor Jill Brown to close the debate, please?
So, Jill Brown, Kelvin, CLP and Glasgow Councillor. Thank you, Chair, for this opportunity to address the Scottish Labour Conference today. This time last year, I had only just registered as a candidate. I was still 2 weeks away from my first election, a by-election, and with thanks to the great team, many of whom are in this room tonight, or today, resulted in a Glasgow Labour gain. We're now working together to gain Glasgow. Katie reminded us why it is so important that we win, so we can deliver Scottish Labour's commitment to tackle violence against women and children. Our party says that each of us has a right to feel safe, to be able to go about without fear. And as Rape Crisis Scotland says, it is really important to be clear that we should be able to go where we want to go. That's not the Scotland we live in today. The decade of SNP government cuts, aided and abetted here in Glasgow by the SNP Glasgow administration, means people do not always feel safe and secure to go about their business. Our party says that actions speak louder than words. So what do the SNP actions to cut Glasgow's budget say? Let's look at the outcomes. Many of my constituents do not feel safe walking about after dark. They tell me about streetlights not working, and due to the SNP's austerity, Glasgow City Council has up to 60 days to mend broken streetlights. That's 60 nights when people do not feel as comfortable walking out and about at night. Our city is not properly lit. Many of us do not feel safe walking through Kelvin Grove Park at night because it's unlit. This was brought into sharp focus during COP26. Now, there were good reasons to divert people from Kelvin Grove Art Gallery, but that led to people having to walk through an unlit Kelvin Grove Park at night. And people were rightly outraged to be reliant on the torch on their phone to light the way in the city of Glasgow. Tonight, let me remind you that the sun will set around just after 6 o'clock. During the week, that is the time that children walk home from after school, that workers are often leaving work, although we've heard already that many people will be still in work till much later in the day and still have to travel home. and we all have a right to feel safe on that journey. Travelling to and from work is an essential part of the working day, and we must feel safe in that journey. But these are the outcomes of SNP austerity. Now, Katie is right also to have said that women must be allowed to set the agenda on how we feel safe. Glasgow Labour has campaigned for better lighting, including in parks, as I've mentioned, and it was terrific to see women and men across the city unite to support our campaign and open up public spaces for everybody. And I'm delighted that we successfully passed the motion on that subject. We stand for a safe Scotland for all of our communities. And of course, a safer Scotland is not just about lighting. We've heard a lot of great speeches today on this very topic. As Dina said, this is about accessibility, and accessibility to a fair tribunal system, and that means that it does not take years, that it does not cost a fortune. Money cannot be a barrier to justice, and it cannot be a barrier to fairness and equity. And it's about managing risk. It is not fair that you go into a process where you may pick up the costs of the person on the other side of your claim when you are the person who has suffered that injustice. So accessibility is a huge issue for us, and we absolutely must fight for that. Improving the justice system, improving education, and it will take investment, and we need to stand to those commitments. And we must work tirelessly for the safety and security in Scotland. And we've heard today the harrowing story that Holly shared with us about her experiences of sexual assault, sexual offences in Scotland. And we must do so much more to support those who go through that process. Because without a system that we can believe in and that we can trust, women will not even come forward to tell us about the crimes that have been committed against them. And if women don't come forward, then even if for one case, and there should never be one case that isn't prosecuted, that means that if that person goes on to commit a crime again, another person comes forward, the evidence will be there. We need to change the system so that women, every single woman who comes forward, has their case heard, has their opportunity to see justice in our Scottish court system. In May, we are asking the people of Scotland to trust us, to apply our values practically in a way that makes our lives safer and more secure. And this session today for me has shown why Labour gains are so important. When Labour gains, Scotland gains. Thank you.
I'm going to see a short video, comrades, I believe.
I miss Maria because I think of her every single day.
Maria was one of the most incredible women I've ever met.
Maria Fyfe was a much-loved Labour politician, first as a councillor in Glasgow City Council, and then, of course, being the only woman elected amongst Scottish Labour MPs in 1987.
It changed because of Maria, of her work, of how she encouraged women into the CLP, and how also she changed the culture and she changed people's perspectives and views within the CLP. She came at a time when, in fact, she was the only Labour MP, Scottish Labour MP, and there is the iconic picture of Maria surrounded by all the men, and her in her little red dress. It stands out and it says it all. I met Maria when I was a delegate to the National Labour Party conference, the first time I ever was a delegate, in 1996. It was Maria who noticed that I was the only one of a very large delegation
who wasn't actually getting any particular attention from their own MP. So she reached out, invited me to dinner one night.
Throughout her days in the party, Maria was known as a tremendous mentor to younger people, to new party members. She would take people under her wing. She also was tremendously involved in so many aspects of party life, and I know that many of the people who became politicians reached that stage through Maria.
One of the times when I was running for selection, I think it might have been the 2019 election, and Maria, I phoned Maria and I said, could you give me some advice? Like, I could do a bit of guidance, tell me a bit of tips and hints about how you did it, and what should I do and how should I do this. She said, no problem, could you just come into Maryhill Central Halls and Anna and I will put you through your paces. And for 3 hours, I got grilled on every single question you could possibly ever imagine getting put at you. It still is to this day the hardest set of questions I've ever had to answer, be that it was harder than on a door, on a hustings, or even in the chamber, but it was one of the most important conversations and meetings I ever had. And at the end of it, I remember thinking, oh, that was like, what do you think of that, Maria? And Maria said, you were absolutely excellent, you're going to be great, and I'll never forget that.
And she always struck me as someone who was immediately welcoming, intelligent, really keen to help others within the party, and someone who had a real grounding and understanding of the communities that she represented in the Maryhill area.
She was such an inspiration to all women. You know, she was generous with her time and her advice, and she was truly inspirational, and we miss her each and every day. But her legacy is a long one.
It was a measure of what she meant to Maryhill and to her constituency and to the whole area, that when she retired, I found it strange at first. We would be out walking in the streets, and all the time she was being stopped by constituents who would want to talk to her. And she had such an immense memory of her visits to organisations. She had such a huge memory of all the cases she'd dealt with, of people she'd met, and she would spend time talking to all of these people and asking after them.
Someone who came in as her successor, it really was the sort of perfect entry, because we came into a seat where people understood and knew their MP well, held in good respect, and that made such a tremendous difference.
She would work in all kinds of new projects, and I think, of course, the greatest in her retirement period was getting the statue for Mary Barber. And the Mary Barber campaign, she became the figurehead of the campaign, and that she regarded herself, I know, as one of her greatest achievements.
Her support for women in the party, for her passion for the party, her passion for Glasgow, is just something that we will never ever replicate. She really was a force of nature, and she's someone that I'm proud to have known and called a friend.
Maria was a tremendous campaigner throughout her life, and she was a very principled politician. She loved politics and she loved her family. These were the central points of her life.
She was always someone who was looking out to try and help people and trying to support them and trying to encourage people to come forward and be more active in politics in general, and also particularly in elected office.
There's an expression that we stand on the shoulders of giants. Well, Maria was definitely a giant.
So it is in her memory that we keep fighting.
Conference, just to let you know, we're running very ahead of schedule, so we're just going to have a quick break in proceedings, just briefly, while the conference platform changes. So I ask you to be patient. It should only take a few minutes, but hopefully it means when we start the next debate, we'll be able to take more speakers in.
Okay.
conference. We're ready to move on to the next debate, so if you want to take your seats or if you're leaving, do that as quietly as you can. The second debate this morning is on building the opportunities of the future. Once again, copies of the motions to be debated have been emailed to you in advance via the Delegates Report, and you can find them in Appendix 1 of CAC Report 2. During this debate session, conference will consider the following motions. Motion 13 on inclusive and equitable education, submitted by the Socialist Education Association Scotland, and motion 14 on community wealth building, submitted by the CWU. As previously, I'll call each motion one after the other during the debate and invite speakers once all motions have been moved and seconded. And speakers are welcome to speak on any of the motions that have been moved during the debate session. Just a reminder of times, delegates moving a motion, I've got 5 minutes, seconders, I've got 3 minutes, and everybody else has got 4 minutes. And please do stick to the time so we can get as many people in to speak as possible. So can I now welcome Daniel Johnson, MSP, to open the debate.
Thank you very much. You know, I always think that Scottish Labour Conference is not so much of a conference as more of a family get-together. And I have to say, after the last 2 years with lockdowns and COVID, isn't this the best family reunion you could possibly want? And especially having watched that screen, it also reminds us, very sadly, of the very missed family members that we've lost in that time, such as Maria, who will be greatly lost and missed by the whole of the Labour movement in Scotland. Now, conference, I know speeches are meant to be about words, but look, I'm the finance and economy spokesperson, so I'm afraid I'm going to give you some numbers. Can I have my first slide, please? So, I can see the furrowed brows and confusion through the lights. So what on earth is this showing you? Something quite important, actually. It shows you the value of work per hour across our different cities. And it actually shows you that there's a gap of 35% between Edinburgh and the output per hour worked in Dundee and Glasgow. 35%. That is a gross inequality, because that gap, it leads directly to inequality of wages, of opportunity, of livelihoods, and the ability for people to support their families. But where do we hear that discussed by the Scottish Government? Where is the action to address that? Can I have my next slide, please? Again, what's this showing you? Shows you the performance of the Scottish economy since February last year. And what it demonstrates is that Scotland is lagging just about every other region of the UK in terms of employment growth, growth in jobs, and growth in wages. Now, I think we're used to Scotland maybe not performing quite as well as places like London and the South East, but we are underperforming places like the northwest of England, the northeast of England. That's shocking. And again, we don't hear any discussion about it. But why does that matter? Can I have my next slide, please? Now, I'm not going to go through the intricacies of the Scottish fiscal framework, but we now have income tax devolved to Scotland, and this graph shows you how that is performing compared to what we would get from the Barnett formula. What it tells us is that because the Scottish economy is underperforming, because we're failing to grow jobs, failing to grow wages, we have £200 million less to invest in public services in Scotland than we would have done if income tax hadn't been devolved. And it's going to get worse. Because the SNP have failed to focus on jobs, failed to focus on wages, that gap is going to get worse. Over the next 4 to 5 years, that gap will grow to almost £500 million. Conference, there's only one conclusion to draw. The SNP isn't working. Why? Because they're more interested in buzzwords than actually concentrating on the detail, more interested in fads than in the fundamentals. They make it complicated when it needs to be simple and focused. Can I have my next slide, please? So we've all heard this phrase, it's the economy stupid. I tell you what, I think that's too complicated. it's jobs. Stupid. The SNP like to talk about things like the well-being economy, but you can't build a well-being economy if you're not building jobs. You can't improve the well-being of workers if you're not improving their wages. In their 10-year economic plan that they just published, they talk constantly about entrepreneurialism, high-tech startups, but you can't create the jobs of tomorrow if you're not creating skills today and fixing the problems of the economy that we have right now. So let me give you an example. We've all seen the headlines talking about labour shortages and the impact that have, and supply chains and so on. And you're probably already thinking about, as I say that, HGV drivers. Now, an HGV driver can earn about £50,000 to £80,000. So let me ask you this. How many people with a driver's licence are earning that wage? How many people with a driver's licence, if you gave them the opportunity, gave them an easy way to improve those skills, might take it to earn those wages? So where is that government scheme? Where is that direct action to help those people who want to get on, to gain those skills and improve their wages? It's not there. And it's not just people. Let me give you another fact that's been buzzing around my head these last few weeks and months. Across Scotland, it's just 1% of firms that are responsible for all productivity growth. Small firms in Scotland, which make up the bulk of the economy, have seen zero productivity growth over the last 2 decades. Zero. So, yes, we need to have high tech in new firms, but we need to get new tech into old firms. But again, where is that basic intervention, that simple, straightforward to help that could make such a difference? Conference, that's why the SNP isn't working, because they're just not focused on the right things. They're not interested in delivering the foundations for building the economy of the future. They're more interested in building fantasies built on sand, because we know what they're distracted by. Breaking up this family of nations of the United Kingdom. Conference, they say you can't eat a flag, but I would go further. Borders don't create jobs, they destroy them. Constitutional crisis and grievance doesn't grow the economy, it undermines it. So if you want to know why the SNP has failed so catastrophically, it's because of this, because of their constitutional obsession, because they fundamentally don't care about jobs and wages, they only care about flags and borders and referendums. And so it falls to Labour to provide that focus, to build that vision for a future economy. Because, Conference, let me put it like this, and this is how I passionately feel. Work isn't just something that we are interested in, it's who we are. Labour means work. It's built into the fabric of our party, into our DNA. It's the very purpose of our being. Our history has always been focused on jobs and employment. Conference, I am Labour because I believe in work. I believe in fairness at work. I believe in access to work. I believe in opportunity through work. And at a time of extraordinary economic upheaval, we need that focus. Scotland needs that enduring Labour mission, focusing on work, focusing on wages, focusing on equality and fairness at work. Right across this country, there are sectors struggling to recruit people and people struggling to access work. And we have lower labour market participation levels in Scotland than the rest of the UK, despite higher levels of education. It's not right. It demands action. It demands practical effort to address that right now. And we need direct action to help small firms to use technology and deliver training for those workers. And that's why Anas is right about Labour needing to be the party of business. Because we need businesses and we need to take them seriously so they can deliver the jobs and generate the wages that people deserve. And we need thriving businesses to generate investment in public services that we all want to see. This is how we build the future economy, through a relentless focus on jobs and work. Now, Conference, I don't pretend to have all the answers. We are at the start of this Parliament. So what I've been trying to do is set out some of the numbers that have been buzzing around my head over the last few weeks and months. But this is a call to action. If you are interested in what I've been saying, please work with me. I want to hear your ideas. I want to hear your perspectives, your experience. What are the things that we can do that would make a real difference to people in our communities and our workplaces to improve their skills and improve their wages? Because this is how we will build a future economy, an alternative, a real Labour alternative. Because the SNP isn't working, and we need that alternative. A future that understands that you can't build good work without building good wages and good businesses. A future that focuses on fixing real problems in the real economy, not producing fantasy plans built on constitutional pipe dreams. So, conference, please join with me. And in short, and to sum it up, and I probably could have just left it at what I said at the beginning, it's about jobs, stupid. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Daniel. Can I now invite the delegate moving motion 13 to come to the rostrum, please?
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Margaret Houston, and I'm a member of the Socialist Education Association of Scotland. And I would like to speak to you about education this morning. In particular, I want to talk about inclusive and equitable education. Conference notes the continual reductions in local authority budgets by the SNP government and their impact on schools, colleges, and education centres across Scotland. The failure to prioritise the social, mental and emotional well-being of staff, students, children and young people has contributed to continual schooling loss during the pandemic. Conference commits to renewing our education system by placing greater priority on the well-being of staff and children and young people, and providing environments that will secure physical, social and mental well-being in our schools and centres. To that end, Conference calls on the Scottish Labour Party to aim to ensure inclusive and equitable education for all by ensuring comprehensive support for social and emotional learning, including universal provision of counselling services. Encourage education authorities to promote neighbourhood and school-based solutions to ensure family engagement. End assessment based on high-stakes final examinations, and finally, end the digital divide that exists across Scotland. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I invite the delegate seconding motion 13 to come to the rostrum, please?
Thank you, Chair. Conference, Eunice Jasmine, Glasgow Island CLP, and I'm proud to stand here and welcome you all to my home city as the Glasgow Labour and Cooperative candidate for the Victoria Park ward. And I'm delighted to second the motion. At Conference, there is nothing more important than a child's education, but to give them the education they deserve, we need the right resources, ready to be used for Scotland's next generation. These remain incredibly challenging times in our schools. The disruption over the past few years is truly unprecedented since the advent of our universal education in this country. All of our education staff deserve our sincere thanks. They have been placed with a difficult job and made worse by having to deal with the dithering, delay and do nothing that has become a hallmark of SNP education over their time in office. Because after 15 years of cuts, Scotland is throwing away its chances to reach its full potential. Today, we see fewer university students from the poorest backgrounds, fewer school leavers going on to positive destinations, fewer teachers in Scotland than when the SNP came to power. The attainment gap not only failing to close, but in many cases growing, and shamefully nearly £1 billion worth of funding cut from our colleges. Rather than allowing our education system to keep limping on, we can and we should take real positive actions for Scotland's next generation. We can end the cuts now to our local councils. Let's end the pressure on our teachers and give them and our young people the support they deserve. We can ensure that proper resourcing is provided to schools to tackle the attainment gap, such as Attainment Scotland funding. We can reinvest in further education and give the priority of esteem with other education routes training for those who wish to progress. And we should improve support for the strained students, helping them with well-being support and to meet the cost of living. These are the key basic steps that this Scottish Government can take now. Scotland is tired of dithering and waiting, and it's time to look for the future. Our schools, colleges and universities create the foundations for people to succeed in life. It is our responsibility to ensure that every young person in our country gets the best start to life with the best education we can give them. Scotland's schools should be the best in the world. Our aspiration and ambition for them should never be lower. It's time to put Scotland's young people first. Please support the motion.
Thank you. Can I invite the delegate moving motion 14 to come to the rostrum, please?
Chair Conference, Craig Anderson, CWU, moving motion 14. Conference CWU members, like all of us, are facing a cost of living crisis caused by the economic system based on extraction of wealth. A system that enables oil companies and gas companies such as Shell and BT to post record profits, whilst our members face a 54% increase in their energy bills. Our members have worked tirelessly throughout the COVID pandemic, keeping our country connected and delivering huge quantities of mail on levels never seen before. Employers need to recognise our members' role and commitment during the past period and provide financial stability in the upcoming pay negotiations to combat the cost of living. This, however, will not be enough. Immediate emergency support from both the UK and Scottish Government is also required to get money into workers' pockets now. But the full solution we need is an economic system change. Otherwise, we will go from the current crisis into the next. That's why the CW is supporting community wealth building initiatives across the UK, including the ambitious programme underway here in Scotland at the Labour-run North Ayrshire Council. Our union believes that community wealth building must become the main approach to local economic development adopted by Labour council groups across Scotland and the rest of the UK, ensuring more of the economy is democratically and socially owned. Now, this is not some mythical strategy that will take years and years to develop. We already have it, we already own it, and we already, as a party in North Ayrshire, have delivered on it. North Ayrshire's community wealth building approach demonstrates that another economy is possible. Our council group is pursuing one of the most ambitious and radical political programmes in the UK to tackle the big challenges faced by the people in North Ayrshire. Delivering on housing, delivering on climate change, delivering on the community wealth building strategy. Take renewable energy. Whilst the SNP sold the jerseys, is selling off Scotland's offshore wind potential to foreign capital, the Labour Council in Ayrshire is using publicly owned land, such as their former landfill sites, to invest in municipally owned renewable energy. looking in the short, medium and long-term benefits of the project for their communities. On council housing, this model has delivered the most ambitious council house building programme in Scotland, with over 1,625 new houses. Taken with a few hundred social houses being built by local housing associations, the build programme is double what the SNP government's target is, which is 35,000. If you use the same formula, it would be over 70,000 if you use North Ayrshire as an example. In addition, they're investing £25 million to upgrade every sheltered housing complex and also investing in over 6,000 council houses to get solar panels. So with a community wealth building, Labour councillors would be seeking to use every resource at their disposal, finance, physical assets and people, to repurpose the local economy so that it works for people and protects the environment. Perfect example in North Ayrshire, yet again, it spends £1 billion a year procuring goods and services within its existing spend. And it should not only go to just local businesses, but to cooperatives, worker-owned businesses, social enterprises, etc. We need to stop the sell-off of public land, buildings and repurpose them, retaining them in public or community ownership, tackling privately owned derelict sites, bringing them back into productive use and into council ownership, proactively supporting the transition to democratically ownership models, for example, working to transition family businesses to worker ownership. And whilst I have the opportunity, Labour councils should be working with trade unions to improve terms and conditions, not against them, as is currently happening in Coventry. Labour councillors' employers should be adopting workforce policies that counter work poverty, not ones that exasperate it. That means delivering fair pay deals for local government workers, promoting the real living wage to local businesses, supporting access to trade union membership to all workers across the local economy, and acting against workplace practices like zero-hours contracts. If Labour councils are ambitious in their application of the principles of community wealth building, the CW believes that together we can help to address the everyday issues facing our members and their communities throughout the worker-owned post offices, local input into broadband provision, delivered by CW members, and an expanded role for postal workers in the communities. It's stating the obvious to say that Scottish Labour has struggled to carve out its own distinct political offering to the people of Scotland. Amongst the noise and nationalism from the SNP and the Tories, we do have something that works in North Ayrshire, an example of how practical socialism can and does assist in improving the lives of people when socialists intervene in the economy with a view to sharing the proceeds equally. We now need to use this as the prerequisite policy against the Scottish position of the Scottish Labour Party in advance of May's local government elections. This motion seeks to make this level of community wealth building ambition a different offering for our communities come May. We want all Scottish councillors to be ambitious, visionary and bold in the pursuit of a radical different economy and society. Local manifestos are currently being developed for May's council elections, and we are demanding that the community wealth building be placed at the core of every Labour manifesto in Scotland by making it party policy for all Scottish Labour councillors to support. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I invite the seconder for motion 14 to the rostrum, please?
Ben Patterson, representing Edinburgh Central CLP. Comrades, with this motion, we have the opportunity to take our party, our movement, and our country in a new direction. To reject outsourcing, the race to the bottom, and the hollowing out of public services. Instead, we can show the people of Scotland that there is an alternative to the SNP and Tory austerity by investing in our local communities and redistributing both wealth and power to those who need it most. We've seen private companies try to replace well-funded public services, and they've failed. They cannot and will not deliver good public services because that is against their interests of maximising profit and lining their own pockets at the expense of workers and public funds. Community wealth building ensures that the money invested in the local community stays in the local community. Through progressive procurement of contracts to local businesses and cooperatives, rather than being funnelled into the pockets of corporations with no stake in the area. Using anchor institutions such as councils, universities and the NHS, we can ensure that any contracts have conditions that protect workers, the environment and society. These conditions could be mandating a real living wage, trade union recognition agreements and commitments to net zero carbon targets. What is special about community wealth building is that it gives power to local people. People should be able to collectively make the decisions that affect their everyday lives, not just at the ballot box every few years. Decisions are best made by those who will be most affected by them, and this is what community wealth building encourages. Cooperative financial institutions and businesses give their members and workers far greater control over their decisions. Local authorities can use public participation processes to empower citizens in local decision-making. Once this sort of power and agency has been handed directly to communities, it will be so much harder for it to be taken away. We can build an alternative economic model, this democratic localism, that revives local high streets and workplaces and empowers trade unions and workers. Labour is the party of workers and democracy, and community wealth building can be another fantastic part of our proud socialist tradition. That is why I urge you to support your local communities and support democratic ownership and investment. Conference, please vote for this motion. Thank you.
Thanks to delegates for moving and seconding the motions. Can I now ask for an indication of who wants to speak in the debate, and I'll take speakers in groups of 3. Graham, delegate here. Is there anyone else who wants to speak in the debate? Yep, over there. Hopefully we'll have time to take another round of speakers after this. If the first speaker can come to the rostrum, please. Thanks.
Thank you, Chair. Comrades, Nair MacDonald, Cunningham South CLP, and I'm proud to stand before you as the Labour and Cooperative candidate for Irvine East in North Ayrshire, where we are running the grassroots Energise campaign, which will keep North Ayrshire red in May. And before I begin, can I express my solidarity to the UCU and RMT unions as their members strike in their respective fights. As the Labour Party, we must always stand on the side of unions and never cross the picket lines. And can I thank our comrades in the CWU for raising this motion and for their unwavering support to North Ayrshire and our campaign, to our leader Joe Cullinane and our Labour group. Conference, we have a government who view local government with contempt. The Scottish Government has cut local government deeper than any Tory cut they have seen in Holyrood. And Conference, I know we have a Daniel's Chris Whitty impression, and I don't want to sound like Sophia from the Golden Girls, but picture it, Glasgow 2022, bins overflowing, libraries shuttered, and rats running around. You would be forgiven for thinking that Margaret Thatcher had risen from the grave and was sitting in the leaders' chambers in the city chambers. But Conference, hope is not gone, all is not lost, and the spirit of our trade union comrades is unlimited. Look to the coast, to North Ayrshire Council, Scotland's first community wealth building council under Labour. It has the most ambitious house building programme in generations. We have put millions into a community investment fund, which is empowering communities to take control over investment in their areas. And indeed, Joe Cullinane and the Labour Cabinet only last month doubled that investment. And we have led the way in supporting our care experienced young people, and we are a beacon for what a progressive and proudly socialist council looks like in action, and that is by putting community wealth building at its heart. But councils can only do so much. And with both governments too distracted by waving flags, we need to revitalise our connection with trade unions, fire up the grassroots and fight back like never before. Boris Johnson and his corrupt Tories might be in London, but their lackeys sit in every single council chamber in Scotland. The Tories are too weak to stand up for Scotland, and they can never be trusted to defend our working class communities. Just look at North Ayrshire. We have a Tory councillor that the local press branded Scotland's most useless councillor. Because Margaret George has, after a FOI revealed, logged not one bit of casework since 2017, while claiming nearly £100,000 in council taxpayers' money in her wages. Just like the SNP, they only have the Constitution to play with. And they think that we're too thick to notice. But conference, I'm here to tell you that our communities are catching on, and the Scottish Tories are being seen for the Boris Johnson enablers that they are. And the SNP, well, conference, you only need to look back to 2016 to see what they're about. We in North Ayrshire Labour sent the First Minister's dad packing in a by-election, and her mother, who was provost at the time, decided they should all resign while their leader was on holiday. Their hope that Joe Cullinane would come in as North Ayrshire Council leader, make a mess of it, and the SNP would walk back in 2017 council elections. Well, conference, Labour are still in power in North Ayrshire Council, and we are fighting to stay in power in North Ayrshire Council, and it will only be with Joe Cullinane and North Ayrshire Labour that North Ayrshire will continue on its ambitious programme that we have. The only way to fix the issues that we have debated all weekend is to replace the SNP and councils and the Tory councils with Labour ones. But they can't just be Labour in name only. We must have proudly socialist Labour councils who follow the lead of North Ayrshire Council, who revolutionise the approach to local government. And that approach, conference, is called community wealth building. The time for tinkering around the edges is over. The time for backroom deals is done. And the time for a proud, unashamedly socialist Scottish Labour Council campaign is now. Conference, support the motion.
Can I call the next speaker up to the rostrum, please?
Conference, good afternoon. I'm privileged to have the opportunity to speak to you this afternoon about the opportunities for the future, and I'm proud to do that as the candidate for West Fyfe and coastal villages in May. The ward that I hope to represent spans from Dunfermline in the east to Kincardine in the west, sits on the Firth of Forth and goes north to Kelty. It comprises 13 villages, each with a proud past, from coal pits and farming to energy production at Long Annet. These communities have taken the brunt of Tory austerity and over a decade of cuts by the SNP. The last time Labour was in power in Scotland, we funded college bursaries, we gave councils real control over economic development. Since the SNP have come to power, what have we seen? There are 9,000 fewer young people in work across Fyfe, 50,000 people staying longer in hospitals because of cuts to social care. We have GP services without doctors, bus routes that can't get people to work or college, and education services under so much pressure, the SNP has proposed one head teacher should cover up to 7 schools. Conference, this is not good enough. The Tories and the SNP have abandoned our communities, and hundreds like those in West Fyfe we see across Scotland, always blaming others, whether that's Westminster or Brexit. They even tried to blame the last Labour government that lifted a record number of children out of poverty. Anything to drive home a divisive narrative and erode expectations. Cuts are someone else's fault. People in these communities are being led to think you must take what you're given and don't complain because it could be much worse. What horrible cynicism and a disgusting way to treat hard-working people who continue to keep much of our economy and public services running. Here are some things I've heard just in the last few months campaigning in my ward. I only had to wait 4 hours for an ambulance. At least the library was open in the morning. I can get there if I get the 1 bus an hour. My daughter's job doesn't pay well, but at least she has a job. Universal credit is hard to get, but we're lucky to have it. Conference, the people in these villages are strong. They will not be beaten. And I will tell you what I've been telling them on the doorsteps in Kincardine, in Oakley and in Torryburn. Do not settle, ever. Don't settle for politicians who tell you to meekly accept what you have. Don't settle for excuses, and don't settle for just enough. Instead, shout loudly, we demand fairer, we demand better, we demand Scottish Labour. The villages in West Fyfe need Anas Sarwar to be First Minister, and they need Keir Starmer to be Prime Minister. Oh, and while I'm at it, they definitely need Jackie Baillie. Conference, we must focus on what unites us, not what divides us. And as Labour members, and as we've heard from the contributions today, we know what can unite everyone is delivering change that actually helps people. We must demand real opportunities for young people to choose their path and be happy, and not feel beaten, ignored and frustrated from the start. I mentioned Long Annet Power Station. Now, the time for coal-powered generation is rightly at an end, and we must focus on reaching net zero carbon not only as a policy goal, but as a moral imperative. So you would think a site like Long Annet, with the skills we have in the area, with the legacy, with the rail, road and sea connections, would make it a priority for any government, an opportunity to kickstart a real green jobs revolution. But what have we heard from the SNP? A pathetic line that the site is being actively marketed. Conference, what does that even mean? It means the SNP has no plan, no vision, no strategy, no clue. But of course, it's someone else's fault. Same old SNP, same old nationalism. Conference, Scottish Labour must take up the mantle on behalf of our communities. We must deliver a strategy of opportunity for Long Annet and the rest of Fyfe and communities across Scotland, to help people overcome the cost of living crisis by bringing investment, jobs and training, while strengthening and sustaining local communities. Conference, only the Labour Party has opportunity, aspiration and support for communities as our driving mission. Let's work with those communities and say with one voice, we demand better, we demand fairer. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Can I invite the next delegate up to the rostrum, please?
Comrades, Chair, Katrina Facenda, and I'm a delegate from the TSSA, and I'm speaking in favour of motion 14. I'm also a council candidate in Edinburgh for the People's Republic of Leith. It's no longer sustainable for Labour councillors to wring their hands and pass cuts budgets. We have to show, as Labour councillors, what we can do to make a change. We can't make manifestos that make endless demands on the Scottish Government, although there are things they should do and what Westminster should be doing. We have to actually show what we can do to create municipal socialism as well. So we need to look at what those powers are, and community wealth building is the answer to that. It looks to give well-paid jobs, it respects workers' rights, and it works together with the trade unions to actually create something within our cities, bringing services back in-house, stopping the endless profiteering. It's socialism, basically. So I got up to speak for this motion as a trade unionist, but also as a council candidate, because we're not going to win unless we can actually say something that is different here in Scotland. And Labour can say something that is really different, but it's bold, it's brave, it's not just criticising either of the governments in Westminster or Holyrood, it's actually saying how we can take control of the economy, how we can bring something different, and how we can create jobs and give people the services that they deserve. Thank you, comrades.
Delegates, I've got time to take some more speakers, so if you'd like to come in on the debate, if you could raise your hands, please. Speaker right up at the back. Speaker with the red mask near the back. Stephen, I think it is. Anyone else? Can't see anyone else. Can you see anyone else? Can't see anyone else for now, but should have time to get a couple more in if you want to think about speaking.
Thank you, Chair. Jim Mackenzie, Edinburgh, Northern Leith. The economy is important, and jobs are vitally important, and education is as well. The further education sector provides great opportunities for working class kids, in fact, to get on. But as we all know, it's massively underfunded. If we want to have real change, for every pound that you spend on universities, match fund that to the FE colleges, and that would boost the economy and indeed, in fact, create greater equality for people. It's very difficult for youngsters, in fact, to get to the colleges or their apprenticeship with their low wages. We need to extend the concessionary travel, in fact, to the rail system as well, once it's coming back into public ownership. That, in fact, to move forward together to support our council candidates coming up to the elections in May, and to have progressive policies that really are meaningful to our communities. People are suffering from inflation, the high cost of food and heating here. We need to move forward together to bring forward policies that will change society for the better. With Scottish Labour, we're beginning to do that now. We need to move forward and work with the trade unions to make sure that the trade union members who have difficulty, in fact, to get to TUC training. In fact, many employers, in fact, discourage it. So we have to keep addressing that issue here so that we can move forward together with trade unions and the Co-op Party as well. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Can the next speaker come to the rostrum, please?
Chair, Conference, Stephen Lowe, Unison Scotland. Supporting the community wealth building motion primarily, although there's a lot of good in all the motions. Daniel showed us that famous line about "it's the economy, stupid," which came from Bill Clinton's campaign headquarters. It was written on the back of the door, but it's often forgotten. That was actually the second line on that bit of paper. The top line was, "It's change versus more of the same." And if we're going to deliver for people, we need to offer change. And that change has to be more than just a better version of what the SNP have been offering, or even doing what the SNP have said they would do. Because, and obviously, we're all in favour of training, we're all in favour of an educated workforce. These are anodyne Everybody's in favour of these things. But that's not enough, and it's what we've had in varying measures for about 30 years. And all it's driven is greater inequality, because it's no a strategy that suits the kind of capitalism that we have these days. Because if our economy and our economic strategy is based on a beauty contest to attract footloose global capital, we're always playing catch-up, and we're always going to be undercut by somebody else. And this is why, you know, I mean, Dwayne's doing Nat 5 computer science, that's great. You know, obviously I hope he passes, because, well, you do. But we're not going, right, we can't all become computer programmers. And even, you know, if we get the best startups in the world, well, what happens to these startups? They get bought up by the big tech companies, and you're left with nothing. So it's not a strategy. There's no way we can educate our way out of the problems we face. And that's before you look at automation, which is going to undercut a lot of employment. Again, we can't all become computer programmers to deal with automation. And even if we could, the idea of automation is that you're employing fewer people anyway. So, you know, what we can do, though, is invest in our communities. We can invest in the foundational economy, as it's known. The things that have to be done, and the things that can only be done here. The things that can't be outsourced to contact centres on the other side of the world. Things like food, things like power, things like transport, things like housing, things like care. We see care as a cost. Care can actually be a sustainer of decent, well-paid, long-term jobs that don't go anywhere. We need to look at jobs and decent jobs, and there is no quicker way, no easier way, no more cost-effective way for a government to create jobs than investing in public services, because public services are and have to be provided by people, and they do and have to be provided to people locally. And if we really want to make a difference in jobs quickly, we'll rebuild our public services. We've got an example in North Ayrshire of a council that are thinking like this, that are looking at what they can do, where they are for their people now, and no looking on Mr. Amazon, can't even bring myself to say his name, or any of that, you know, because that's a strategy that has failed and will fail and leave people high and dry, except if your money's in the Cayman Islands. We can't go on like that. North Ayrshire have shown that we can do things differently. It's a great start, and what we need are more councils and more councillors prepared to take that forward. Please support the motion.
Thank you, Stephen. I could take a couple more speakers if there's anybody keen to get in this discussion. Can't see any hands. Final call? No? Okay, it just means then that Michael Mara will have more time to wind up the debate. So, Michael, over to you.
I've got an extra 10 minutes in my back pocket, no problem. Okay, thanks so much, conference. Thanks, Chair, for calling me. Thanks to Dan, Margaret, Eunice, Craig, Ben, Neil, Graham, Katrina, Stephen, and the one colleague whose name I missed, who made a powerful contribution on further education and trade unions. It's brilliant to hear so many passionate Labour candidates for May. I'm so glad you're standing. Our best wishes as your MSPs and anything that we can do to work with you to deliver those seats, because I think we've heard in those speeches the difference that Labour councils and Labour councillors do make. The last few years I have had the absolute privilege of being the councillor for the People's Republic of Lochee and Dundee, and I tell you, it has been an absolute honour, and every day you get the chance to make a difference in people's lives. And colleagues are right. The more Labour councils we have, the more Labour councillors I have, the more we can do. We can build on the example in North Ayrshire and other parts of the country. I know in Dundee we've argued strongly for community wealth building, but we come up against the bulwark of the SNP, who frankly pay lip service to this stuff and never actually make it work. So we need to actually have more councillors in place to deliver that. And I do think Labour councils make a difference, and we've heard loads of examples of that. I think Stephen's point at the end is really powerful. We need an economic strategy and an education strategy, but I would take issue. The current education strategy isn't working. Stephen talked about his bairn, and best of luck to him with Stephen's inspirational words for his exams coming up. Exactly the kind of encouragement we need. But we've had a quarter, 25% decline in the number of computing teachers in this country. So there's plenty of kids who don't have the opportunity to take the qualification that Stephen's son is actually taking in his school. It's totally unacceptable, completely unacceptable. So we need an education system that's fit for purpose. And Stephen's right as well about the food system in this country, which doesn't work at all. And our Labour MSPs are pushing for the right to food to make sure that we can drive change in our economy, in the food economy. And the issue of care is why we've put the demands for a proper care wage at the front of our budget demands for the last 2 years, and we'll continue to do that until we can get that money in the pockets of these people who so badly deserve it. And mostly, I'm going to speak about education today as the privilege that I have to be the Shadow Education Secretary for Labour in the Scottish Parliament since I was elected in May. And I want to thank all of you for the passion and commitment that you do bring to education, the many teachers, the many parents, and the many pupils who contact my office on a weekly basis to tell me the good things and the bad things that they find in our education system. But as we meet here as Scots to debate our future, we all have in the back of our minds the knowledge that Ukrainians are having to fight for theirs. So I think a very strong message has gone out from this conference that we support the Scottish and the UK governments in finding every possible avenue to put pressure on the Russian regime. But as well as punishing Putin, we have to protect the people of Ukraine, to make sure that their culture, their way of life survives this assault. And so that's why yesterday I wrote to the Cabinet Secretary for Education, calling for Scottish education sector to offer meaningful solidarity to the people of Ukraine. We should make it as easy as possible for those wishing to study in Scotland to do so. So I've asked that the Scottish Government classify all Ukrainian students with home fee status. There should be funding available to institutions to resettle students and provide them with social and educational support that they need. And I've also asked for a specific fund to be created to bring Ukrainian teachers and researchers to join our universities and colleges in Scotland until it's safe for them to return home. Our universities should become a safe refuge for Ukrainian academia. So friends, at times like these, it can be easy to see only the gloom, see only the darkness in our world, to see it difficult to find a way forward. But we have a responsibility to find that hope within all of us. As Robert Burns entreated us, this partial view of humankind is surely not the last. We choose to believe that things can be better. That's the purpose of our party, to find the courage to imagine how things will be when they are fairer, more equal, when hope is shared by all. And education is where we make hope real. And that isn't just a belief for me, it's my family story. So when my family arrived in Scotland in the 1820s, they did so penniless. They walked barefoot from the rain of Glasgow here in the west to God's own sunniest city of Dundee. And my generation is the first in those 200 years not to have worked in the mills. And that's because my great-grandparents chose to send their daughter, Margaret, to college. And it was her siblings, her brothers and sisters, who worked back-breaking, limb-risking jobs in the jute mills. And when payday came, they put some of what little money they had into the tin for their sister, my grandmara, to become a school teacher. It was their hope and their belief in education that changed the course of my family's lives. So my parents went on to become teachers too, and carrying that sense of responsibility, not just for their own kids, but for the children of others. And seeing how that responsibility weighed on them is why, as our Shadow Education Secretary, I will always stand with teachers. How many times have those of us with kids uttered the sentence, "I could never do that job"? And I've so much respect for those who are willing to get their hands dirty, and sometimes literally. I remember my dad telling me about the first week of term and a primary 1 pupil coming out of the toilets with the breeks around his ankles to ask, "Why wipes the bums round here?" I remember my mum telling me of how she was reading The Three Pigs to an infant class, and she was, as she tends to do, properly hamming it up. And she had the class captivated. And she was at the bit when the big bad wolf comes up to the House of Sticks. And he puffed and he puffed and he blew the house down. And a wee primary 1 voice at the back whispered, "The bastard." Education is my family story, but I think it's our family story as well. It's in Labour's DNA, and it does pain us deeply when we see potential squandered. We know in our bones that education isn't just a public service, it's a moral cause. Because that story, the story of advancement through education, isn't told nearly enough these days in Scotland. Social mobility in Scotland has collapsed. Skills gaps abound. Life expectancy itself has stalled. So with educational attainment at its lowest and the attainment gap between the richest and the poorest pupils at its highest ever, the opportunity for families in poverty to write a new chapter for themselves and for their communities has been taken away. It's been 5 years since Nicola Sturgeon stood before her party conference and declared that our children's education was her #1 priority, her personal defining mission, the cause that animated her government. 5 years on, what's happened? The disadvantaged kids who were supposed to be her #1 priority had their exam results marked down purely because they were poor. The funding targeted at the poorest kids, who she said defined her politics, was cut. The children on whose future she staked her own legacy are falling further behind than ever before. Conference, I warn you, if there is a change you want to see in your community, a cause that's personal to you, then you pray to heaven that Nicola Sturgeon does not make it her priority. Because we have a whole generation already being let down by a disinterested government, which was then hit by the pandemic. And they've lost out on so much, haven't they? The sports clubs, the school trips, the birthday parties, the play dates, the thing that brings out the light in our children's eyes. So for many, particularly the poorest, they have lost vast amounts of learning. Yet we have a government who steadfastly refuse, no matter how often, how many times Labour asks, to even assess the impact of lost learning on our young people. 2 years of lost learning. And teachers and lecturers tell me it is profound, profound, that so many have lost so much, and the poorest most of all. So this is not just about the debacle of repeated mishandling of exams and qualifications by the Nationalist government, which has been a disgrace. But we must not allow this generation to be scarred as a COVID generation. We must act. Because we know what happens next. The child scarred by child poverty is less likely to become the entrepreneur that creates a new industry, the engineer who solves the climate crisis, the doctor who treats a disease, the scientist who makes the discovery that changes everything. And our commitment to excellence for all in education, whether you're rich or poor, is not the choice of a party who are soft at heart. It's a hard-headed economic policy. Our people are this country's greatest resource, and we should all be concerned with a falling Scottish birth rate that that precious resource is diminishing. So we cannot afford to lose mechanics and composers to child poverty. We can't afford it. We can't afford to lose programmers and designers to lack of ambition by accepting mediocrity. If we allow our education system just to focus on lifting the bottom end up just a little, we'll never see how far all of our country can rise. Labour is focused on excellence for every school pupil, those hardest to reach, those lost in the middle, and those who should fly at the top, whatever their background, stretching them, inspiring them, because it is morally right and because it is an economic necessity. And my overwhelming feeling since being elected in May and arriving in Holyrood is that this is a government that's quite content to manage decline, I'm afraid to say. I hear that from them every day. So there's a really strange lack of intent or passion for the work that's in front of them. There's no ideas, there's no energy, and I don't think they have any hope. For so long, they've told the story that they are a powerless government, and they've actually started to believe it. They started to believe that. They are passive spectators to what is happening in our schools, when their job is to shape the future. There's no appreciation of the challenges our education system now faces, and a lack of interest in even investigating what they are, far less a plan to actually deal with them. We have a do-nothing education secretary in a tired, do-nothing government. And I tell you, conference, it will fall to Labour to make the future. And I do think that far too often when we talk about Scottish education, we find ourselves talking about the past. The pace of change in technology and the economy is the fastest it has ever been, and it's the slowest it will ever be again. Change is getting faster, and a young person now will not live a life of 1 or 2 careers. They'll have 4 or 5 careers in jobs that don't even yet exist. Now, that's going to be the case whether we like it or not, and it's scary. I know it's scary. As a parent, I find it scary. But the teaching of technology must run through every part of the curriculum. And I want to see new places and ways of teaching, digital academies, technology colleges, continuous innovation in how we educate, and teachers empowered to lead change in 100 different ways. A Scottish education system that will power us through this century. And we can't waste our time talking about how things used to be. That's not real Labour. Labour must and Labour will embrace change and lead that change for our future and for Scotland's future. Thank you.
Great, Michael. Very well done.
Thank you, Michael. Conference, before we finish this morning's session, I'm going to invite delegates to vote on the motions that were debated in both debate sessions this morning. As previously, votes will be taken by a show of hands, and obviously if I can't determine the outcome of the vote, then we would do a card vote in those circumstances. As a reminder, the motions from this morning's session are in Appendix 1 of the CAC Report 2. Firstly, I'd like to take votes on the motions debated in the Building a Safer Future session. Can I ask all those in favour of motion 4 on tribunal system submitted by Scottish Labour Women's Conference to raise their hands? Thank you. Is there anyone against? No, that's carried unanimously. Can I ask all those in favour of motion 5 on serious sexual offences submitted by Scottish Labour Women's Conference to raise their hands? Thank you. Is there anybody against? No, that's carried unanimously as well. Can I ask all those in favour of motion 6 on safer transport to and from work submitted by Unite to raise their hands? Thanks. Is there anyone against? Again, that's carried unanimously as well. Secondly, can I take the votes on the motions moved in the Building the Opportunities of the Future debate? Can I ask all those in favour of motion 13 on inclusive and equitable education, submitted by the Socialist Education Association for Scotland, to raise their hands? Thanks. Is there anyone against? No. I thought there was somebody against then, but there was a legacy hand, so that was unanimous as well. Finally, can I ask all those in favour of motion 14 on community wealth building, submitted by the CWU, to raise your hands? Thank you. Is there anybody against? No, that's unanimous as well. Conference, before we adjourn, can I remind you that there's a number of fringe meetings taking place within the venue and also across at the Conference Hotel, the Hilton by Doubletree. Again, please do support the fringe meetings and look at your conference guide for full details, and stewards will be on hand in case you get lost. In addition, can you make sure that you visit the exhibition stalls in the foyer in the conference venue? And I can ask that you take all your belongings with you and return to your seats really sharp after lunch, and conference will resume promptly at 2 p.m. If you're a member of the SEC and you're in the hall, can you meet outside those doors at 12:40 for our meeting? Thank you. Conference. Can I welcome you back for this afternoon's session? The ongoing climate emergency is the greatest threat to the future of our planet, and no one has inspired us to tackle this emergency as much as the young people of Glasgow who took to the streets during COP26. I'm absolutely delighted to welcome Bea Findlay, a young climate activist from Glasgow who will now join us on stage.
Thank you, Conference. My name is Bea. I'm a proud Glaswegian and I am a climate activist. The climate crisis is here and we have to act now. My generation are tired. We are tired of hearing excuses, tired of seeing our leaders run away from action, tired of fronting up the fight. Instead of running away from action, we stand ready to face the future. We need new ideas, fresh thinking, and politicians who care. The climate crisis is a problem here in Scotland. We need to protect our biodiversity. We need to create green jobs for the future. But it is also a global issue. We have to support the people who are at risk of losing their homes, their businesses, their lives. The only way that we can tackle this global crisis is by choosing a government that listens to young people. Last year, when I met Keir Starmer in Glasgow, he listened to what I had to say. He took on board my thoughts, opinions, and fears. That is why I am so excited to introduce him to you today. Please welcome on stage our next Prime Minister, Keir Starmer.
Thank you. Thank you, Bea, for that warm welcome and everything that you're doing. Wasn't she just absolutely brilliant, just as she was when I met her before? It's so great to be here and to be back in Glasgow, making my first address as Labour leader to you, as Anas did yesterday. He's bringing Isn't he bringing new energy and new focus on the future? And I know, because we're working so closely, that he has the ideas and the determination to change the course of Scottish politics. He's leading us into important local elections here in just 2 months' time. Anas, you have my support to make the changes that we need to take Scottish Labour forward. Thank you for everything that you're doing. And with a rejuvenated Scottish Labour Party and a UK Labour Party laser-focused on doing what it takes to win a general election, we have huge opportunities ahead of us and the chance to change Britain again. Labour can win a general election. Scotland can choose not just to oppose the Tories, but to replace them with a Labour government. a Labour government that I will lead, founded on a new contract with the people of Scotland, and the people of every part of the United Kingdom. A Labour government, like those that went before, that will forge for our times a new Britain. A new Britain that Scottish people aren't just part of, but are proud of. Conference, I want to say how important it is for me for us to be here in the same room together, because I was elected to lead our party during lockdown. And at the height of the pandemic, I so looked forward to gathering again like this. I could scarcely have believed that when we did come back together, it would be against the backdrop of war in Europe. The events that we are witnessing right now will stay with us forever. These are dark days. Peace in Europe has been threatened by an imperialist aggressor. Images I didn't think I would see in my lifetime. Russian tanks rolling into a European country. Soldiers kissing their children goodbye as they stay to fight for their cities and for their countries. And families desperately fleeing for their lives and for the border. The world has reacted with anger and dismay. Nowhere more than here in Britain, where British people continue to show steadfast support for the people of Ukraine. We are in a new world. This will mean making sacrifices, but our sacrifices will be as nothing compared to the suffering of the people of Ukraine. Their courage is inspiring the world, just as the actions of Putin repel the world. And let me be crystal clear. There is no justification for Putin's actions. They are an affront to the values of this country, to this party, and the international institutions which we helped to build. For what crime does Putin accuse the people of Ukraine? It's their yearning for openness and democracy, to be free to determine their own future and decide for themselves what alliances they make. Labour is the party of collective security. Labour is the party of NATO. And Labour stands with the people of Ukraine. We are demanding the strongest sanctions against Putin. We must tackle the oligarchs here and go after their money. And while we're at it, clean up our own politics once and for all. And conference, yes, the next Labour government will rebuild our own defences. Royal Navy ships built here in the Clyde have been crucial to keeping safe passage in the international waters of the Black Sea. RAF personnel and Royal Navy men and women playing their part from bases in the north and west of Scotland, responding to the regular testing of our own territorial security by Russia. Conference, let us thank our own military for all they do to keep us safe. Let us thank all of our military families as they follow these events anxiously. But let's also be clear that what Putin is afraid of, his fear is order and liberty, afraid of democracy, of openness, of progress, and a world which will move on without him. He is afraid of everything that we are most proud of. We know Putin's playbook. He seeks division, so we must meet him with unity. He believes that the benefits of aggression outweigh the consequences, so we must take a stand. And he believes that the West is too corrupt to do the right thing, so we must prove him wrong. I believe that we can. The rule of law and the pursuit of justice have been important to me all of my life. Playing by the rules is part of who I am. My dad was a toolmaker in a factory, and my mum a nurse in our beloved NHS. I became the chief prosecutor for England and Wales. And my parents taught me that in life you need to stick up for yourself, but also stick up for those who can't always resist the bully on their own, and we will. Friends, like me, Anas is a father. And you heard him yesterday. He spoke about one of his hardest times as a parent. And I want to say to Adam, Anas's son, and to all of you here, it matters that you have elected our first leader who looks like Anas and his family. It matters. Together as Labour leaders, we won't just talk the talk, we will walk the walk. And we will keep challenging ourselves too. In your words, Anas, it is a fight for all of us. Conference, you know, I try to see the best in people. I'm an optimist. I believe in the politics of optimism. Yet we're living in a time where right and wrong doesn't seem to matter to those in government. At the height of the pandemic, every British family was touched by worry and tragedy. Everyone was affected because they followed the rules. But some, one man in particular, felt that the rules just didn't apply to him. I refuse to accept that. I refuse to accept that the pain and the sacrifice of so many British families being cheapened, even laughed at. No wonder that under the Tories, trust in politics is now at an all-time low. 2/3 of the public think that the way British politicians act undermines democracy. 6 out of 10 people think politicians are likely to lie to them. That's sadly inevitable when we have a government that is misleading the public and covering up their own wrongdoing to save the Prime Minister's job. It's also deliberate. This Tory government is so disreputable that even the Scottish Tories are actually embarrassed by it. It's a government that wallows in cynicism. It wants the public to believe that politics is no longer a force for good. And of course, they don't care about the consequences of their actions, including the consequences for the union. It might suit the Tories as much as it suits the SNP to keep Scotland stuck on pause in the politics of 2014 forever. But I'm calling Boris Johnson out. I want to lead Britain because I believe in it. I believe in all its parts, all the differences, all of our home nations, in all the good and decent people who share the same hopes and dreams, fears and frustrations, the same land and the same coasts, a common language and inheritance, and the same threats to our way of life. Boris Johnson and his Tories pose as patriotic defenders of the Union, but every day that he remains in power, he weakens it. He breaks everything he touches, and he won't change. Even the Scottish Tories know that. Weakening the bonds between people, weakening the promises of one generation to the next, weakening the legitimacy of the office that he holds. Left to their downward spiral, the Tories would destroy everything that they profess to hold dear. So when I'm asked, how will we win? This is where I start. I refuse to accept that we're stuck where we are. There's another way to lead this country, this United Kingdom, and the nations that come together within it. Our best days are ahead of us. I refuse to accept that there's no place to talk about the future and no way to bring people together on the things that we have in common and the change that we need to make. I refuse to accept that all that matters is where people were in the Scottish referendum or the Brexit referendum. Just as I refuse to accept that the British people no longer care about what happens in Europe, or that they will tolerate child poverty rising again here at home. I refuse to accept that the biggest cost of living crisis in our lifetimes should break the backs of ordinary families. It is because I believe in the British people that I'm angry that they have a government more concerned with handing contracts to their mates than addressing our challenges. It's because I believe in our United Kingdom, that unique partnership of Scotland, England, Wales and Northern Ireland. Because I believe in us, that I'm angry that we have Tories that have allowed the UK to be laughed at abroad. And conference, I am angry that we have allowed these Tories to beat us. This is on all of us to fix, and we can fix it. It is our duty to win. I believe that we can. But still, our greatest hurdle might not be the Tories, but ourselves. There's no rule in politics that disillusion with the Tories delivers a Labour government. Labour wins, as it always has done, when we have the ideas, the optimism, and the trust of the British people. So we need to be honest with ourselves. Trust in us has declined as well. We are the party of working people, our founding and defining mission. But too many working people came to see us as far removed from their lives. We put our priorities above theirs, our ideas as more important than their experiences. So yes, our duty to win does mean keeping our discipline, never losing sight of who it is that we need to convince working people, and especially those who voted for our electoral opponents. We can win, and we can make change, or we can pursue apparent political purity inside our party. But please make no mistake, we can't do both. Running away from the mainstream is running away from voters, and we will never do that. As Gordon Brown, our last Prime Minister, said, it is the fighters and the believers that change the world. He's right. We have changed our world. We've done it before, and we can do it again. In Gordon's day, the lights in Downing Street burned late into the night. Not for parties. Imagine that. They burned because here was a Scottish MP who never rested from the task at hand, restless always to improve the lives not just of Scots, but of families struggling to pay their bills in every part of Britain. The minimum wage, winter fuel allowance, the Child Trust Fund, child tax credit, and paid paternity leave. Thank you, Gordon, for your leadership. Thank you. Thank you for your leadership in office and since. Global leadership on vaccines for the poorest countries. And closer to home, leadership of our Commission on the UK's future. That Commission will create a new blueprint for a new Britain that the next Labour government, my government, will build. It will be a new Britain which puts security, prosperity and respect at the heart of our politics again. A new Britain with a government that knows to serve the public is a privilege, not a birthright. Ours will be a government that works for every part of the country, every region and every nation of Britain. For us, levelling up isn't a slogan, it's in our DNA. It's what Labour governments are for. And as we come out of the pandemic, I've spent my time in the places where we need to win, talking to people about the rising cost of living, their ideas for their town, their experiences at work, their hopes for their kids, the things that matter to them, and their hopes for a better society after the trauma of COVID. And I can tell you this, they have ideas. They want change. They have ambition. All they want is a government that shares their ambition. Labour's new contract with the British people is rooted in those thousands of conversations, something tangible, so you know how a Labour government will lead. This contract is founded on those three principles: security, prosperity, and respect. The first term in the contract is security. Everyone has the basic right to feel safe in their own community. We all need to know that the NHS is there for us when we need it. And if we work hard, we should also have a right to job security. The second term in the contract is prosperity. Everyone should have the opportunity to thrive, to realise their ambitions and make a good life for themselves and their families, to have the skills that they need to prosper. And then there is the third term in my contract. Respect is a less obvious political virtue than security and prosperity, but it's every bit as important. Everyone has the right to live in a place we care for and to have our lives and our ambitions taken seriously and to be valued for who we are and what we do. Let me be clear, that means respect for Scotland within our union. That's why Gordon's Commission is so important, because it's examining how to reform the United Kingdom, not just to acknowledge or accommodate devolution, but to give it proper respect and unleash the true power of the idea, not the devolution of grievance or one-upmanship, but the vision of devolution that Anas is talking about and that our mayors in England are talking about, pushing power away from parliaments and towards people, and towards great cities like Glasgow, which is being let down so badly by the SNP. That's why the next Labour government will govern for all of Britain. We will change Westminster and Whitehall, and we'll clean it up at the same time. Under the Tories, our country has become increasingly unequal. The Tories' talk of levelling up is not serious. In contrast, Labour in power will always be alongside people, not weary of finding solutions to problems new and old, as North Lanarkshire Labour have with their school meals and activities programme all through the holidays to make sure that no child there was left behind. Thank you. Or as North Ayrshire Labour are doing with their solar farms and wind turbines, turning their communities into net exporters of energy. Thank you again. This is the difference. This is the difference that being in power makes. This Tory government is so distracted, it has no plan for household finances and no economic planning at all. And I ask you, what do these Tories and the SNP have in common? Well, beyond being joined at the hip, wanting to turn every election into the same referendum again and again and again. They have no industrial strategy to meet the challenge of our age. They don't have the credible policies we need to create and sustain decent jobs. Decades of power between them. Neither the Tories nor the SNP have done enough to secure the jobs and industries of the future. The so-called party of British business is barely able to talk to business, whilst the party of North Sea nationalism is now selling Scotland's offshore wind to every foreign energy interest imaginable. So we have a new opportunity now to have a Labour government that will be in partnership with business to create work, because Labour is the party of work we always have been. There's no challenge ahead of us, whether it's automation or climate change, that we can't rise to. President Biden said, "When I hear climate change, I think jobs." He's right, and that must be our mindset too. That's why the Shadow Chancellor, Rachel Reeves, is out talking to businesses every week about our plan to buy, make and sell more in Britain. That's why we've proposed Labour's Climate Investment Pledge. We will meet the challenge of the next generation and the urgency of the climate emergency, with £28 billion of green capital investment every year until 2030. That's equivalent to more than half of the current defence budget. That's what we're about. Decent jobs with a future. Jobs that support communities and allow individuals and families to prosper and live well. Jobs for those workers in Fyfe who can see the offshore industry of the future being constructed while political failure in Edinburgh and London leave them idle. No one should support the Labour Party simply to oppose the Tories, or for that matter, the SNP. It is the honour of my life to be the leader of our party. But I'll tell you this, I have no ambition to be the leader of the opposition. We gather here not just to oppose the Tories, but to replace them. Throughout our history, our leaders have been driven by our love of our country, but also full of passion for what more it can be. Each time, Labour has built a new Britain. Attlee, Wilson, Blair and Brown, each has sought office to change this country. And that is my ambition too. Not just to oppose the Tories, but to replace them. Scotsmen and women, including from this city, have been integral to the great Labour governments of which we are so proud. The next Labour government, the Labour government that I lead, needs those Scottish voices again to help us build a new Britain. Conference. I want to welcome Scottish Labour MPs to join Ian Murray in the task. Thank you, Ian. I want to win more seats in Scotland, not just to achieve Labour's majority, but to have more MPs like Ian, forthright and determined that Scotland is not just stuck between two governments fighting the same constitutional battle day after day, year after year. I do understand why there are people in Scotland on both sides of the constitutional divide who despair of this Tory government. Who could blame them? But just as we must defeat the cynicism of the Tories, we should be confident in our own ideas, our bigger ideas, that working together we can achieve more than we achieve alone. That's the difference. That's the difference between simply opposing this Tory government and replacing it. That's the difference between Labour MPs using their votes to make a change and not just posture. That's the difference between the SNP failing to support our windfall tax on big energy to cut the bills of millions of families. That's the difference between backing Labour's plans and an SNP that fails to turn up. Scottish votes have never carried more weight in a general election. Those who pretend that Scotland can't choose the government it wants are wrong. I understand the scale of the task that Annas and I have. But I've never taken on any job because I thought it was going to be easy. It was John Smith, the night before he died, who told us the chance to serve our country was all that Labour sought. I've spent my own working life serving this country. My values, our Labour values, have changed Britain before. We can build a new future together. We must be clear-headed in our determination to win the people's trust. Our party will continue to change, and I won't apologise for that. Tony Blair said that the only Labour tradition he wanted to change was losing. Too right. We're changing Labour. We're changing Labour again for the challenges of our time. Don't let us sit here in this conference hall and just oppose the Tories. Let us build the alternative. I'm going to take my contract to the people of Scotland and every part of Britain. It is my solemn promise that their priorities are again the priorities of the Labour Party. A new Britain that Scotland isn't just part of, but proud of. A united kingdom, re-engaged in the world, fierce in our defence of liberty, forever alert, an apologist for no one. Conference, Downing Street should be a place where the lights are always on, where no matter what the time, work is being done by serious people in the service of our country. A Labour government, a chance to serve. That is who I am, and that is my ambition. Thank you, Conference. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
quite a complicated Wi-Fi password. Hold on.
Right, I need to wait till everybody's on the platform. I need to wait till everybody's on the platform. I'm still waiting on my mum. My mum.
Yeah, sure.
Did you not know she was on? I doubt it. You leave her alone, you. Yes, I get annoyed, I get irritated.
So what do you do?
I know.
Show share password.
It's because you feel personally responsible. I know.
All right,
I know.
you learn something every day, Mark. I've just shared the Wi-Fi password. I've never done that before.
I didn't even know how you don't do that type of thing.
Right, well that's good. I do you a big favour there because it's a big long password. Kathy, how are you doing? Yeah, I'm good.
Start again now then.
We made up 10 minutes in time here.
If you're leaving the hall, can you do so quietly? We're about to start our afternoon session. Our afternoon debate is Building the Stronger Communities of the Future. The debate session will follow the same process as this morning's, and as a reminder, once again, copies of all the motions to be debated at conference have been emailed in advance to delegates in your packs, and you can also find them in the CAC report in Appendix 1 or Appendix 2 for emergency motions. During this afternoon's debate, conference will consider the following motions. Composite Motion 2 on local government cuts submitted by Falkirk East CLP, Falkirk West CLP and Glasgow Cathcart CLP. Motion 7 on community sports facilities submitted by Kilmarnock and Irvine Valley CLP. Composite Motion 3 on housing submitted by Scottish Young Labour and Edinburgh Eastern CLP. Composite Motion 4 on the Constitution submitted by Paisley CLP, Glasgow Southside CLP, Glasgow Kelvin CLP. Motion 8 on public services, Glasgow Life, submitted by Glasgow Maryhill and Springburn CLP. Motion 9 on councillor pay, submitted by Glasgow Province CLP. And emergency motion 2 on local government pay, submitted by Cunningham North CLP. And I'll call each motion one after the other during the debate and invite speakers once all the motions have been moved and seconded. And as per usual, speakers are welcome to speak on any of the motions moved in the debate session. Just a reminder also of the times. Delegates moving motions have got 5 minutes. If you're seconding, you've got 3 minutes. And if yours, although we can have a formal seconder, and if you're speaking from the floor, you have 4 minutes. And please do stick to the time limits so we can get as many delegates in as possible. Conference, can I now welcome Sarah Boyack, MSP, to open the debate.
Conference, this may not be the headline debate of our conference, but it is absolutely vital because it's about how we support our communities, not just to get through the pandemic, but to build recovery for our future in every community across Scotland, and to ensure that people have access to the affordable homes that they can afford to heat, investment in our schools and our educational inequalities being absolutely eradicated, to have parks and green spaces where the whole community can come together, where our kids can learn how to cycle and get involved in sports, and where we have community centres for meeting up with friends or to socialise or to get active in community groups. To regenerate our town centres, create local jobs in our local communities and rebuild from COVID. And to use their libraries for everything, from enabling children to read, to applying for jobs, to picking up free sanitary products as made possible by Scottish Labour. And today, I want to particularly thank our Glasgow councillors for their fantastic campaign to keep Glasgow's libraries open. But over the last 15 years, our councils, who are at the heart of our communities, have been disempowered. We have seen Tory austerity passed on to our Scottish councils, while the SNP government's budget has increased. They've increased ring fencing, and they have created a culture of disrespect. And that is local government under the SNP. It is not acceptable. Our councils are the nearest level of democracy to all of us. The services they provide play a pivotal role throughout all of our lives. Councils keep our communities going. They enrich and transform people's lives. So I am proud to see today's motions that we are debating, building on our Scottish Labour commitments to invest in and empower our communities across Scotland. There's a techie word, much beloved by policy wonks, and it's subsidiarity. It is the principle that decisions should always be taken closest to those who they most affect. And we have seen over the 15 years of the SNP in power that that principle has been eroded. They have centralised power by treating Scotland as a unit, not as vibrant communities with distinct local histories and cultures. Dundee is not Dumfries. Ayrshire is not East Lothian. Aberdeen is not Aberdeenshire. And Glasgow is not Edinburgh. So, I don't just say that because we're in Glasgow, comrades, and because I can see Malcolm Cunning in the front of the hall. It's who we are. We want to represent the whole of our country. Our cities, our towns, and our rural areas all have their own needs, their own demographics, and services are needed to be able to adapt to what makes them unique. And it is impossible for a government minister sat in Edinburgh to know the best way to support people in Harris. The ferries fiasco shows us that big time. We have a lot to be proud of. Labour is the party of devolution. We created the Scottish Parliament and the Senate. Labour's mayors in Manchester and London in particular have fought for their areas. The Scottish Labour is clear that devolution for Scotland doesn't mean more powers for Holyrood. It means strengthening and empowering our councils right across the country. A fairer Scotland is only possible. A stronger Scotland is only possible if we build it from the ground up and involve people in every community in Scotland. Since the Scottish elections, I have been working with a team on how we will achieve this, to build on our manifesto commitments. The steps will be underpinned by key principles: democratic accountability, subsidiarity, transparency, equality, a public service ethos, good work, fair work, integration, and a focus on outcomes. So how do we propose to do this? Well, first of all, we will make local government an equal tier of government. We must free it from the current cycle of SNP deprioritisation, cuts, and unpredictable headline-grabbing pots of money. And we can do this. We can do it by giving local government the money from the Scottish budget that it needs for the services it delivers. Scottish Labour would establish a mechanism to provide an independent and fair assessment of the proportion of the Scottish Government budget that corresponds to the services local government actually delivers. And a key principle would be 3-year funding so that our councils can plan ahead and invest in their communities. And we remain absolutely committed to abolishing the council tax and replacing it with a fairer alternative based on property values and the ability to pay. We would reverse the regressive nature of the council tax, where those on the lowest incomes pay the highest proportion of their income. And we'd also deliver a local democracy bill to enable our councils to decide themselves whether they want to join together or deliver services at a more local level. For example, to create smaller unitary councils or larger regional governance structures such as joint boards and mayors. But it would be up to them to serve their local communities. And we have some fantastic examples in Scotland of Labour councillors delivering for their communities. Lanarkshire's Waste Management Services, Ayrshire's Shared Services Joint Committee, and Lothian Buses, an award-winning municipal bus company owned by Edinburgh, East Lothian, Mid Lothian and West Lothian councils. Sharing best practice would be a key to our local government culture. driving the innovation which has been stifled by relentless cuts and centralisation by the SNP. This would be facilitated by a new organisation tasked with building on and bringing together the work of our Improvement Service and What Works Scotland, but focused specifically on improving outcomes and delivery. It would build on the many innovative ideas, the fantastic ideas that have been championed by Labour-led authorities. And it was great to hear Keir referencing a couple of them in his speech. North Lanarkshire's Club 365 programme, the first example of primary school pupils entitled to free school meals, receiving them through school holidays and weekends, right the year round. North Ayrshire Council launched Scotland's first community wealth building strategy and their innovative community-owned solar farm. And Scottish Labour councillors across the west of Scotland are now working together to create a publicly owned bus service that will be run in the interests of people, not profit. We need more of that across Scotland, but delivering on our collective and radical ambitions will require us to recruit and retain the talent we need to deliver our public services. So we will strengthen the training of public services staff through a new institute and rebuild our university and college public service leadership. Look at training and look at research to serve our local councils. And finally, we'd work with COSLA and our councillors on the ground in our communities to establish a series of new Scottish intergovernmental forums that would facilitate discussion making where policy is interdependent, not top-down instructions. And that work would be based on the principles of policy interdependence, requiring effective cooperation, something we've not seen under the SNP, proportionality, avoiding unnecessary bureaucracy, transparency, where meetings could take place on a regular agreed basis and debate, and disagreements and decisions taken as far as possible to be transparent so the public can see the decisions that are being made. And this work alone will not fix the erosion of our council's ability to work for their communities, but it is part of an ambitious plan from Labour in Scotland, Wales and throughout the UK to rebuild our country to work for the people who make it. We need a reformed UK conference, and Keir Starmer is serious about this, and that is why he's tasked Gordon Brown to lead in our Constitutional Commission. But to deliver on our ambitions, we need to see Labour in power. Every Labour councillor that we elect in May will stand up for their local communities. And when Labour wins, Scotland wins. And it's up to us to make this happen. So let us get out and campaign, conference, get every Labour councillor who's standing the best possible chance of winning so they can deliver for our communities and get Scottish Labour back in power. Thank you, conference.
Thank you, Sarah. Can I ask the delegates who are moving in seconding Composite Motion 2, Motion 7, Composite Motion 3, Composite Motion 4, Motion 8, Motion 9 and Emergency Motion 2 to be prepared to come forward. And if the delegate moving Composite Motion 2 can come forward to the rostrum, and other delegates moving and seconding in this session, please make yourselves known to the stewards so we can maximise the time available for each person. Thank you.
Linda Craw, Falkirk East, proposing Composite Motion 2. For the last recent days and weeks, all over Scotland, councils have been setting budgets. This year, they are having to wrangle with the prospect of accommodating real terms cuts of £251. Our councillors, our Labour councillors, are facing unconscionable dilemmas. Which vital services do they cut to make the books balance this year? Who will have to lose their jobs this time? Which communities will have to suffer greater detriment so that others have a slightly less severe reduction in service? These choices are not choices at all. Our councillors have been put in a situation where they are expected to middle manage the ravaging cuts foisted upon them by an SNP Holyrood administration. In December last year, all 32 council leaders in Scotland, every single one, including SNP leaders, wrote a letter to the First Minister asking for a meeting to discuss the unacceptable cuts to core funding for local councils. The leader of COSLA, Alison Evison, called for an additional £1.6 billion to allow councils to move forward. She said that the only question over council tax rates was how big they would be, and that it was probably inevitable that services will face cuts too. Scotland this year saw the largest settlement since devolution began. 2023 will see the Scottish block grant from Westminster rise by £3.9 billion, yet SNP still cut £370 million in real terms from the council budget. All in all, since 2013-14, £1.4 billion has been cut from non-ring-fenced budgets. The additional funds recently found will be swallowed up by government priorities. There will be nothing to address the pay freeze, rising inflation, the fuel crisis, increases in employers' contributions to national insurance, which alone adds £2 million to the budget gap, the climate crisis or COVID recovery. Audit Scotland and the Scottish Parliament Information Centre both agree that local authorities have been getting up to £600 million less from the Scottish Government in real terms. Audit Scotland say that reductions in local government funding over the last 6 years are still larger than in other areas of the Scottish Government budget. And we can't just wring our hands and continue to pass down these cuts to our communities. We need to fight for a fairer settlement on their behalf. The Joseph Rowntree Foundation produced a report outlining the impact on local government and poorer communities. They said that staff and services face unsustainable stress. They said that the poorest and most vulnerable people are the hardest hit by reduced funding because most of the council's budget is spent on doing their very best to meet their needs. It's self-evident that the cuts will be most damaging to the areas where most funding goes and which affect those who need them most for their basic human needs, survival even. This week, Falkirk Labour Group in an SNP-led council did not go along with the proposed budget cuts. They voted against the SNP cuts budget and said enough is enough. Robert Bissett, Labour Group leader, said in the Chamber, "It's time to draw a line. What are we as a council becoming when we are voting to cut £100,000 from Bernardo's?" Councils have always provided our core services, those we need to lead a decent life. They get the bins emptied, sort the potholes, fund our schools and social services, look after our elderly and those with disabilities, make sure people have decent homes to live in at a reasonable cost, look after our parks, libraries, community and leisure centres, fund local charities, and on and on. Increasingly, as budget cuts hit and services are devastated, just as council tax bills rise and hurt people's pockets even more, can we blame them when they say, "Where is my council tax going?" And the council gets the blame. No wonder council staff and councillors are walking away. It's time to be clear where the cuts are coming from. So please, Conference, support this motion. Let's fight back against this unacceptable attack on local democracy. Conference, please support the motion which calls upon the SEC to organise campaigns throughout Scotland to resist these cuts and to involve councillors, MSPs and affiliates to stand united against these draconian cuts. Thank you.
Can I invite the delegate second and composite motion 2 to come to the rostrum, please?
Thank you, Chair and Conference. John Carson, Glasgow, Cooperative, second the motion. And first off, I'd just like to say I'm a postal worker, a postman. I'm very proud to be a postman because our postmen and women are at the heart of our communities. And being at the heart of our communities, we've seen the impact of the cuts over the years. We've seen the piling up of rubbish in back closes. We have seen the decay of our buildings and our city's heritage. and we've seen the deterioration of our roads and our towns and our cities. But we've also heard the SNP's excuses that it was COVID that has caused all this. Well, I'm afraid posties have been around a lot longer than COVID has, and we know that the rot of cuts set in long before then. And the SNP may want to accuse Scottish Labour of opportunism, that local government is hard. And local government is hard. But it's even harder when you won't stand up to the cuts coming from the national government. And that is why we need our alternative that will oppose the cuts, our alternative that is fully committed to the local government, and our alternative that is filled with fresh ideas for Glasgow, to invest in the immediate needs of the people and in the future of the city. Ideas in North Ayrshire, resting on community wealth building, putting power in the hands of local communities, and ideas from our cooperative movement, and a document here that I found very important, the ideas that they are for local government. Because it is my belief in these ideas and the movement's belief in these ideas that I'm very proud to be a candidate in the local elections in May for this very ward of Anderston City in York Hill. Because, Conference, I believe we are truly the party of devolution, the party that believes firmly in the Scottish people, not the SNP's version of devolution that is nurtured grudge, grievance and division, but the devolution of John Smith and of Donald Dewar is about pulling people out of poverty and giving them hope and opportunity for the future. Because we are a movement truly invested in the people, that we know the truth of what our people are facing, powerfully emphasised by delegates yesterday, especially Michelle McGuinty, Shona Thompson and Audrey Dempsey. Audrey, of course, I'd be very proud to serve with in Glasgow City Council after May. Because we know the difference that a belief in local government can make. We know that there can be a better future. So with our ideas, our commitment, our representatives like Audrey, Michelle and Shona, whether in our homes, our communities or our workplaces, we will build that future together. So please support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I invite the delegate moving motion 7 to come to the rostrum, please?
Thank you, Conference. Kevin McGregor, Kilmarnock and Irvine Valley CLP, and very privileged to be the Labour and Cooperative candidate for the Irvine Valley in the upcoming elections. Thanks. I thought I'd overcome any nerves I had, and then my glasses steamed up as I was coming up those steps, so forgive me for a second. And also just a point of note, I've never spoken to an audience and been signed before, so that is fantastic to see, so well done to the sign language interpreters. Conference, the first line of this motion states that Conference believes that affordable and accessible sports facilities should be a basic right for everyone in Scotland, and no one should be excluded from them, due to physical fitness, due to a lack of ability to pay. It's 2022, and we're still saying things like this. I mean, Sarah Boyack said it might not be the headline debate today, but to me that's quite stark. The fact is that after 15 years of SNP government, these kind of facilities, accessible facilities, are nowhere near the reality for most people, young or old, that are on a lower income or, on benefits. Hindered by years and years of SNP cuts to local authorities, which have been meekly accepted by, SNP council administrations across the country, often backed by the Tories. Even informal coalitions, which the SNP will tell you have never existed. I see Joanna nodding there as well. I'm from East Ayrshire, where the SNP, who never worked with the Tories, were in a formal coalition with them until 3 years after the independence referendum. So don't tell me about the SNP. I mean, I grew up in Kilmarnock in the 80s and the 90s. Obviously, I was a lot younger and a lot fitter then. And I never remembered worrying about those kind of things. You know, you had public parks that were easily acceptable. They always had goalposts and things like that. But now your local football parks are behind locked gates and high fences, and you have to pay for a hire just to let them out or get loads of people together. And it's not just young people, it's old people, older people as well. I mean, there are great things that community trusts are doing, like walking football and things like that. But they're hard to get onto because they're so popular, and they do so much for mental health as well as physical fitness. These are people that might not leave the house if they don't get a chance to do that. So, you know, back in the 80s and 90s, as I said, it seemed very different to me. Maybe that was because it was a Labour council, maybe it wasn't. But the charges and the cuts is just to the detriment of anyone who can't afford to hire a hall or a pitch or join a gym or even go to the local leisure centre now. And it's, you know, prices that are either hiked up by the local authority or they're sold off to a trust who have no option but to do that to raise funds. And, you know, like I said, the community sports trusts, they're doing as much as they can, but they're just having the rug pulled out from underneath them by councils that just aren't in touch. And even the councils that want to do good, they're not getting the funding at all. And it sounds like, you know, something we all say in every debate, it's cuts, it's cuts, it's cuts. The excuses, we can't accept them anymore. I don't really have anything else to say about that. I mean, I know Glasgow and Maryhill and Springburn will have a lot to say about things like the library closures and stuff like that. And I mean, the lengths that they've gone to just to try and get them open again. Sorry, because they weren't closed, they were just not open. I know that keeps playing, but it's too good. I mean, access to free and affordable leisure, it just sounds like a no-brainer. You know, sports and communities. And, you know, is it just wrong of me to just know in my bones that if it was a Labour council in East Ayrshire, you know, that would just be addressed. And, you know, you can't say, well, you can't wave a wand and fix anything, but you can sure as to goodness tell the Scottish Government you're not having it anymore. And we've had too long of an SNP minority administration in East Ayrshire, backed up by the Tories, not saying anything, just meekly accepting all the cuts, watching public services and community facilities disappear. Please support the motion because it's just not enough. Thanks very much, Conference.
Can I invite the seconder for motion 7 up on the stage, please?
Thank you. Conference, Chris Costello, Airdrie and Shot, CLP, and proudly Scottish Labour candidate for Airdrie Central in this year's local government election. Airdrie Central is a ward that I've lived in all my life, and it's a ward that me and my Labour Party colleagues in North Lanarkshire will fight to win for Labour, to return another Labour administration, making positive change for the people of North Lanarkshire. Conference, I'm pleased today to have the opportunity to second the motion of Kilmarnock and Irvine Valley CLP. It shouldn't need debating, but the record of the SNP government unfortunately means that it does. They've abandoned community sport facilities up and down the country, putting the most vulnerable people in our country at risk. Their cuts to local government are cuts to our communities. It's as simple as that. And we can't have any more of it. When the SNP cut council budgets and they cut community sports, they target the most vulnerable people in our country. Those who rely most on these services, who benefit most from these services, and who are now unable to afford these services due to government incompetence and a lack of political will and ambition shown by the SNP. Conference, sport is more than kicking a ball, going for a swim, riding a bike. For some, sport relieves the pressures of work and of life. It can target and address social isolation. and it can help maintain a healthy lifestyle. It is one of the most important things a council can deliver for its people, and it's an absolute disgrace that the SNP have left so many communities without the services they need and deserve. In conference, we know that sport also has very clear and important links to mental health. The number of people on waiting lists for treatment is on the rise, and yet despite knowing the importance of a healthy lifestyle, sport, leisure and green space to the mental health of the population, the SNP still cut. So conference, what can we do? We can reaffirm our commitment to properly funding local government, ensuring that funding is given to community sport, and we can call for councils across Scotland to do what they can to ensure community sport is accessible, affordable and, where possible, free for those most in need. Conference, Labour in local government delivers. Where we hold power, such as North Lanarkshire, we are already building the communities of the future. But now we must move forward with the vision and the enthusiasm to reinvigorate community sport in Scotland, making sure that sport facilities are on the doorstep of the communities and the people that we want to serve. Conference, please support the motion. Thanks very much.
Can I invite the seconder for composite motion 3 to come up to the platform, please? Oh, yeah. Is it on you? Oh, no, I'm too early. I've got muddled up there.
Elsie Greenwood, Chair of Scottish Young Labour. When I was walking up here, I was getting ready to apologise for speaking twice, but then I realised that no man would apologise for speaking twice up here. So I'm not going to do that. So, conference, I'm speaking to propose composite motion 3 on housing today. There is a housing crisis in Scotland, and I'm going to tell you a story of a friend of mine, and I hope it reflects just how much this issue matters. Let's call him John for the purpose of this story. John was the first in his family to go to university, who grew up in a single-parent household, and his family moved around a lot when he was young due to the lack of security that comes with private lets. But in the second year of university, John's landlord told him that he was selling the house that him and his family lived in, and they were facing an eviction notice. John's family became homeless. They moved into a Premier Inn, miles away from their wider family and friends, and as a result, his mum was separated from his grandma, who she cared for. And whilst this should have been a short-term thing, they should have been provided a new home in a matter of weeks, as is the SNP target. This wasn't the case for John, and this isn't the reality for others either. John told me of a story when he watched TV the first few weeks into moving into the hotel, and he listened to the SNP housing minister at the time, who was talking about cutting waiting times in temporary accommodation to 2 weeks. Sadly, despite him saying this, John and his family spent 5 more months living in a hotel, and they even had to wake up on Christmas Day there as well. The absence of a safe and secure home can be devastating for people. John's grades at university plummeted, and he told me about how upsetting it was for him to watch his little brothers growing up in a hotel room, unable to invite their friends over or have sleepovers, and having to travel miles and miles to go to the same school. He also told me about the shame that he felt as a student, being unable to tell his friends where he lived, being embarrassed to say that he lived in a hotel. Him and his family were failed, and after half a year, they eventually moved out of the hotel and into a temporary home. But this home was a lifeless space. They weren't allowed to decorate or do anything to make the place feel like a home. The house was situated on a street of council homes. It itself had been a council house but had long ago been sold under right to buy, and now a private landlord was letting this back to the council, but for an extortionate amount of money. I mean, that's the story across the country, ex-council homes being sold back to the council in a counterproductive attempt to prop up our broken housing system. John's story is heart-wrenching, but it's just one of many across Scotland. Since 2019, the number of children made homeless has gone up 10%, and there are nearly 15,000 homelessness applications, and this forgets the number of people in temporary accommodation. And there are 1.5 million Scots living in overcrowded, dangerous, unstable, or unaffordable homes. That's almost a third of the population in Scotland. Conference, housing is a human right, and it's the state's role to provide it. People deserve to live in housing that is warm and safe and a place to call home. Scottish Young Labour has proposed this motion alongside Edinburgh Eastern, as it's an issue that is particularly important to our members. Young people are disproportionately living in insecure and unaffordable homes whilst being priced out of the option to buy. How is it that a single person is expected to get, say, £10,000 for a house when the cost of living is increasing every single day? It's a bitter irony that tenants like myself pay sometimes 3 times what a mortgage would be, except we're not trusted to pay that very mortgage. This motion is a comprehensive and broad agenda that seeks to right some of the current wrongs that we see in the housing sector. We're calling for a ban on winter evictions, serious rent controls that are related to the average income in Scotland, whilst also creating a new standard for private lets that puts the onus on landlords to ensure all housing is safe and a fit place to call home. We're also proposing a large council house building programme which delivers housing for all that need it. A council house building programme that creates a real alternative to private lets. And these council houses must be of the highest standard, energy efficient, climate conscious, and importantly, accessible to all. The system is broken, and all the SNP have is rhetoric. Rhetoric about how they care about building affordable homes and giving people secure accommodation, claiming they've put rent controls in place, yet people are struggling across Scotland every single day to keep a roof over their head. I hear the term Tory failures and SNP mismanagement a lot at conference. We must stop treating the SNP with such leniency. This isn't mismanagement, it's reckless. This isn't mismanagement, this is reckless, this is spineless, and this is a governance with devastating consequences. Both our governments in Holyrood and Westminster are failing every single person currently living in the streets, in overcrowded and unsafe housing, in temporary accommodation, and even in hotels as well. Labour must provide an alternative. We've done this before with the Wheatley Housing Act, the post-war Labour government building homes for heroes, and now it's time to rediscover that spirit. We need to make having a council house a badge of honour, a badge of pride, and make it the gold standard for housing in this country. Thank you, Conference.
Thank you. Can I invite Edinburgh Eastern CLP to second this, please?
Good afternoon, Conference. My name is Heather Pugh again. I'm standing as one of the candidates in Eastern. So, thanks. I'm seconding the speech on behalf of June Whitelaw, who wrote it. My thing on housing is mainly about accessible housing. As young women just explained about, housing should be our human right to everybody. It's something that every person should have a home, a roof over their head, somewhere to call a home. My bugbear with the accessible housing is planners and architects don't seem to get the idea that accessible housing shouldn't be a single bedroom with room for a single bed for one person. We have here a couple who live together, who both need adapted housing, and I'm sure they had an awful fight to get it. We have young service people who are coming back from countries they should never have been in the first place, with bits missing, who need accessible housing. They need housing for them and their families. They seem to get the idea that people who need accessible housing, disabled people, don't have a social life and certainly don't have a sex life, because what can you do in a single bed? So accessible housing needs to be properly built. If people with disabilities have got enough challenges without trying to do things in a single bed, it's half the ward that I'm standing in has got the Thistle Foundation in it. I don't know if many of you heard of it, but it's a whole place that's been made with adapted housing for different family sizes and types and different sizes of housing. And as far as I'm aware, it's the only one that I've heard anywhere in Scotland. So our planners and our architects really need to get their act together. And I know Pam and Polly McNeill have done a lot of work on housing. And I've spoken to both of them about this. And they're trying to do everything that they can to make sure that housing is much wider spread. It's much better. Every one of our councillors got really sort of, this is great. We've got 30 new family homes that have just been built in my ward. And I asked them, how many of them are accessible? And the answer was not one. There were 3-storey family homes. Now, what happens if you've got a disabled child? How are they supposed to get up 3 stories to the bedrooms? It's ridiculous. And people that start to get elderly, people don't want to move home just because they're getting older. They want to stay in the house that they've lived in for a long time, that they're comfortable in, that they like the neighbours, they like their doctor, they like everything else about the area. But if they're living in a house that's on 3 different levels, they just can't cope with it. And they're being built in strange ways, like they'll have a bedroom and a bathroom on the ground floor, and they'll have a kitchen in the middle floor, and other bedrooms on the top floor, and it's like, why? It doesn't make sense to me that you come in and you go past rooms to get to the kitchen. It seems stupid. So I'd really like people to campaign, anybody who's standing for any council in Scotland this year, please, if they're building new social housing, make sure that some of it's accessible, because 1 in 5 people in Scotland are disabled. Not everybody has a mobility issue, but 1 in 5 people are disabled. I think we should have the same proportion of housing. Thank you, Conference.
Thank you. Can I invite the delegate moving composite motion 4 to come to the rostrum, please?
Susan King, Glasgow Southside CLP. Thank you. Sorry. Susan King, Glasgow Southside CLP. Conference, I'm honoured to be standing before you today as Secretary of Glasgow Southside CLP. We have one of the largest and most active CLPs in the country. In last year's Scottish election, I was incredibly proud of the positive candidate campaign we ran with our amazing candidate, our amazing leader, my friend Anas Sarwar. And in May's local elections, we will be working tirelessly to elect as many councillors in the South Side and across the city as we can, because Glasgow deserves better than the SNP. It deserves local Labour champions who will fight for the communities first. Candidates like Audrey Dempsey, who made such a powerful speech yesterday, and John Carson, who's just been up. Conference, these local elections are important because power has become too centralised in the UK, both in London and the South East and in Edinburgh. The composite motion before you outlines how Labour is committed to reforming and renewing the UK, pushing power out of our parliaments and closer to local people. That starts with the abolition of the undemocratic House of Lords, a relic from the past that has no place in the future we want to build. We are proud to be the party of devolution, and unlike our Tory and SNP opponents, we will champion it, not undermine it, and make it work to deliver positive changes for the people of Scotland, not pretend it can't be done. We will work with a broad coalition of trade unions and civic societies to create the vision of a better Scotland and identify the powers that would be needed to deliver it. And this doesn't just mean powers at Holyrood, it means powers at a local level too. The SNP has hoarded power in Edinburgh, stripping councils not only of vital funding, but also of the levers they need to transform local communities. So a new settlement for the UK, a new settlement for Scotland, and a new settlement for local government, that is what Scottish Labour supports. And we will put this prospectus to the people in the next general election so that we can deliver it in power. Because the task ahead of us, colleagues, is to win elections. Only by putting our differences aside and recognising that what we have in common can we deliver the future we want to build for everyone in the country. a reformed and renewed United Kingdom that moves power closer to the people, with fairness, solidarity and equality at its heart. That is the goal before us, and I believe that together we can achieve it, so I move the composite. Thank you.
Thanks, Susan. Can I invite the delegate second in composite motion 4 to come to the rostrum?
Pauline Bryan, Glasgow Kelvin CLP. Conference, I'm really pleased to be seconding this composite motion. The first paragraph is very dear to my heart, especially that bit about abolishing the House of Lords. Sooner the better, please, comrades. I want to come home. The ideas around this motion stem from what Sarah referred to earlier, subsidiarity, taking decisions at the nearest point to the people affected by them. The Labour Party has always been the party of devolution. Only last year, the Scottish Policy Forum included a commitment to the sovereign right of the people of Scotland to determine their future. As Labour members, we obviously hope that this will be a socialist future. A rational approach to constitutional change is that we first think about the type of society we want to create and then ask what constitutional system can help achieve it. Instead, this has been stood on its head, and with no real vision on either side, we're asking voters to choose either independence or the status quo. I don't believe a socialist transition can come about through the independence of the SNP, but I also don't think it can happen by defending the status quo. Scotland is divided down the middle on this question, and Labour's role must be to bridge that divide. The debate has been framed by when, how, and if a referendum can be held, rather than what future we want for Scotland. The SNP has announced that it will bring forward a referendum bill in spring this year. We may sit back and think, well, Johnson won't allow it, so we don't need to worry. But if we've learned anything from the past 7 years, it's that just the possibility of a second referendum shapes the political debate. Even if a referendum can be prevented, it will continue to suck the political air out of Scottish politics, leaving no space for other debates. Labour could change the nature of the question. Without having to support a referendum, we can still argue that the SNP's referendum bill should not be based on a binary yes-no question. We should argue that voters must always be given a genuine choice and not be obliged to vote for their least worst option. But most importantly, Labour can work along with the trade unions and others to create a socialist alternative. The STUC has already said that it wants to explore the framing of a third option. Let's join with them, as it might be the best hope that Scottish Labour has to make itself heard and to prioritise the needs of working people in a campaign for socialism. So please, comrades, support this composite.
Thank you. Can I now invite the delegate moving motion 8 to come up to the stage, please?
Good afternoon, Conference. Chair. I am Fiona Higgins, Maryhill and Springburn. I'm a first-time delegate and a first-time speaker. Thank you. I am speaking to motion 8 regarding the closure of several libraries across the city, including the Maryhill Library. But firstly, I would like to pay tribute on behalf of Maryhill and Springburn to our cherished late comrades, former MP Maria Fyfe and Councillor Gary Gray. Maria and Gary committed their lives to the work of the Labour Party, and although they are no longer with us, their achievements and values will live on through the work of Glasgow Labour and the wider Labour movement. Maryhill Library is a lifeline for many of our community. It is not a dusty hovel full of books that nobody visits, as the SNP tried to paint it. In the years I have lived in Maryhill, I have never seen our library empty. I first visited the library to use the computers to apply for jobs in teaching when I first finished my training. I was delighted to see a bright open space occupied by a group of parents and children reading the Gruffalo. The group was one of a number who used the library weekly. I have seen the whole cross-section of the Maryhill community in this library on my many visits. It is frequently used by job seekers and benefit applicants without digital access. School pupils and students use it as a place to study. It stocks a full range of SQA study materials, and these are in constant use. Of course, we know that many vulnerable people, including our local pensioners, rely on the library as the only safe space left where they can stay a while and heat themselves for free without having to worry about affording the cost of heating. We now know this will be even more imperative than ever, as the SNP have once again prized the affordable warmth payment out of the hands of our city's pensioners. It will then fall once again to Glasgow Labour to fight to reinstate it, and we will. Conference Maryhill and Springburn are proud to have built much of our Holyrood campaign around fighting to reopen the Maryhill Library. In Labour, we recognise that access to local community resources are necessary to build social equality. The SNP national and local governments sit in contempt of this. We stood in solidarity alongside ordinary people for more than half a year to send a clear message that enough is enough, and that working class people should not be paying the price for SNP austerity. Conference Maryhill and Springburn are shocked and disgusted at the language used by the SNP Minority Administration Leader, Susan Aitken. To say that libraries were not closing, they were just not opening again, was contemptuous of local communities across Glasgow. This type of gallous SNP spin has become par for the course in Glasgow. The libraries are not closing, they are just not opening. And I suppose that the drains aren't blocked, they are just not clear. The streets are not dirty, they are just unclean. Conference, the SNP Glasgow City Administration are not incompetent, they are just without competence. Conference, I urge you to support our motion.
Thank you. Can I invite the delegate seconding motion 8 to come to the rostrum, please?
Thank you, Chair. Conference, Eunice Jasmine, Glasgow Anzac CLP, and Glasgow Labour and Cooperative candidate for Victoria Park Ward. Thank you. And I'm delighted to second our neighbouring CLP's motion. Friends, there can be no doubt this year's council election will be the most important local election in our lifetime. In Scotland, we face not just a global pandemic, we face nearly 15 years of SNP cuts to our budgets, taking nearly $500 million from Glasgow alone, a public health crisis with the drugs epidemic, alcohol abuse on the rise, and our A&E services on their knees. The lack of respect the Glasgow SNP administration has for key frontline workers, like our cleansing workers, janitors and maintenance staff, is appalling. And of course, we've witnessed the closures of our beloved local services, like our public libraries and community centres. The residents of Victoria Park are fiercely proud of their Whiteinch Library, but like many of our Glasgow libraries, it had its doors shut by the SNP administration last year. Opened in 1926, it stores thousands of books and countless learning resources, a real lifeline for thousands in our community. Advice on services, basic Wi-Fi connection, which is more of a luxury these days, and a safe place for Glasgow's next generation to study peacefully, all taken away thanks to SNP cuts. The failure of the SNP administration over key services in the city is truly terrifying. We've seen what 5 years of SNP rule can do for our city. We can't afford another 5 years. By conference, the residents of Whiteinch rose and fought against SNP austerity and against the closures for the service that they so badly rely on. The Save the Whiteinch Library campaign, bringing together people of all ages and backgrounds, fought hard as one. Residents that I'm proud to know, like Maisie, Maureen, Liz, Robert, Victor, Colin, and Nancy, just to name a few, who weren't prepared to see their library, a real hub of knowledge that can change lives in one of the most deprived areas in Glasgow, see it closed. I and my fellow Glasgow Labour candidates proudly stood with them, and conference they won. People power in action. And a library is truly the heart and soul of our community. But in 2022, we should be investing in our future, not cutting it. And while the library is open now, many residents are worried about what the future lies ahead. A short-term funding plan isn't enough. A simple buy-off from the SNP just to keep communities quiet till after the election. Conference deserve Glasgow's better. We need real leadership in control of our city with care, compassion, and empathy at the heart of its values. A city administration that will invest and protect our services, that won't just talk about the future, but one that will build for it. Not just planning for Glasgow's current generation, but for the next generation. Well, friends, let me say this, that is only Glasgow Labour that's going to stand up for Glasgow. It is only Glasgow Labour that's going to stand up for our key workers. It is only Glasgow Labour that's going to clean up our city. It is only Glasgow Labour that's going to fight for a fair funding deal. And I'm proud that Glasgow Labour promised to protect public services when we win in May. And I'm proud that Glasgow Labour's council budget was the only one to commit to reopen every single community centre in the city. On May 5th, we can show Susan Aiken the door and put our city first. Glasgow Labour can and will do better for our city. It's time to love Glasgow because Glasgow deserves better. Please support the motion.
Thank you. Can I invite the delegate moving motion 9 to come to the rostrum, please?
Good afternoon, Conference. Councillor Maureen Burke, Glasgow Province CLP, moving the motion for motion number 9, sorry, a bit nervous. Conference, I'm honoured, my first time speaking. And I congratulate all those lovely speakers before me, they were amazing. Conference, I'm honoured to be here today speaking on what I believe to be a very important issue. When I was first approached to stand for council to represent the communities I was born in and lived in my entire life, I was honoured because it would give me an opportunity to put right the wrongs my neighbours faced. Honoured because it meant being able to put words into action, and honoured to continue the job of rolling up my sleeves to help the people dearest to me. But when I was first elected 9 years ago, I realised that it hadn't even occurred to me to ask about the terms and conditions. I knew it was something that I wanted to do for my party and for my communities. However, that left me unprepared for the life-changing nature of being a Labour councillor. Before stepping into those shoes myself, I didn't truly appreciate the hours and the dedication that our local elected members had to put in. I now know. From council committees in the morning discussing transformative employability programmes here in Glasgow, to community council meetings late in the evening, discussing potholes, bins and dog fouling and much more. Conference, I don't mind saying that it was stressful. It was stressful doing this incredible, important job and having to maintain a part-time job to make ends meet. Earlier today, we saw a tribute to the late, great Maria Fyfe. My own journey into elected office started with the formidable and trailblazing Margaret Curran, a strong East End woman who never let up. But we all know that these incredible women are more of the exception rather than the rule. We know that we need more women in council chambers right across the country. But as our motion points out, our councillors are asked to work a job for more hours than a normal 9-to-5 job. And women are still, even though it is 2020, expected to meet caring responsibilities. We're expected to put food on the table, to do the school run, care for relatives and friends, and do all this while struggling to make ends meet. Conference, we are a party of high wages and good jobs. I believe it's time that we make a stand for that in local government and for our councillors. All of us will know really good, capable, strong women who should be elected to be a champion for their communities, and the new candidates are proving that who are coming on board. We do have good women out there, which is fantastic. But how many times will they decline the opportunity because it simply doesn't make financial sense? Especially for younger women raising families, or even young men who need to pay the bills. Local government should be representative of the people it seeks to serve. Council chambers should reflect our diversity. Labour should be leading that argument. We expect our public sector workers to be well remunerated for their public service, and the same should be for our councillors. Conference, I want to be clear. I don't think this will change our councils overnight. We still have so much to do. But this policy and this statement is a step in the right direction, not for me or my colleagues at the moment, but for all those to follow in our footsteps, to carry the burden of making our communities the best place to live. Conference, I urge you to support.
Thank you. Is there a seconder for this motion? Yep. Happy to accept that, yeah. That's fine. Formally, yeah? Yeah, thank you. Can I now invite the delegate moving motion, emergency motion 2 to come to the rostrum?
Chair, Conference, Joanna Baxter from Cunningham North Constituency Labour Party. And in my other life, I'm proud to serve as the lead negotiator on the trade union side for local government workers. Conference, the last 2 years have been truly awful for every one of us. The loss of loved ones, restrictions to our daily lives, isolation, and massive increases to workload, a collective trauma, if you like. But there have been some constants throughout. The children of key workers have been looked after. Schools have remained open. The most vulnerable in our society have continued to be cared for, whether in their own home or in care homes. Business grants have continued to be processed. Our streets have been cleaned. Our births have been registered. Our dead have been buried. And our democratic processes of our elections have continued. Some reassurance in chaotic times. All of that is delivered by hard-working local government workers who have gone above and beyond to keep our communities going throughout this traumatic period. They are the hidden heroes of this pandemic. Those workers have stepped up, taking on additional duties to help support our NHS, setting up and staffing vaccine centres, being redeployed to test and trace, delivering food parcels for those in need. Workers who are so often forgotten by SNP politicians who are more focused on media opportunities than they are on improving people's actual lives. Conference, there are over 200,000 local government workers in Scotland. Over 50% of them earn below £25,000 a year. The average wage in Scotland is £32,000 a year. So the majority of those workers doing vital work that we all rely on are earning less than they could flipping burgers in a fast food restaurant. So it's pretty safe to say they don't do it for the money. They do it because they care. And many of them are having to struggle multiple jobs and rely on benefits just to survive. The impact of this pandemic on them has been profound. Unison survey last year on the impact of the pandemic on those workers found that a third of them had to seek medical intervention for their mental health during the period of the pandemic. It's disappointing, therefore, if unfortunately unsurprising, to learn yesterday that COSLA decided their pay offer for local government workers this year would be a derisory 2%. And not only that, Conference, they didn't even recognise the impact of making a percentage offer rather than one of flat cash. That might be a technicality, but let me lay it out. What a 2% increase means is that 12% of the local government workforce, that's those who earn above £40,000 a year, they'll get an increase of plus £800. Some of them, £2,000 of an increase. For the majority of local government workers, those ones that earn below £25,000 a year, they'll get an increase of just £500. So how anyone could describe that as fair or equitable is beyond me. RPI is currently running at 7.8%. Gas and electricity prices have gone up 54%, food prices up 5%, transport prices up 9%, and workers face paying an additional 1.25% in national insurance contributions. And council tax rises have been going up faster than the increases for workers paying them. In that context, Conference, COSLA's offer to their workforce is nothing short of an insult. We recognise there remains a £251 million budget gap in local authority funding this year, and that's on the back of a decade of underinvestment and increased ring fencing by the Scottish Government. Indeed, local authorities' budget settlements has fallen 12% since 2013-14. Anyone would be forgiven that the government that we face in Holyrood was a Conservative one. But in that time, the Scottish Government's own budget from Westminster has increased 8%. So there is a deliberate decision being taken in Holyrood to defund our local authorities. The SNP and the Greens have been more than willing to pass on more responsibility to councils without any of the funding required to deliver it. It needs to stop. It needs to stop right now, and our party needs to take a lead in making urgent calls for the Scottish Government to intervene and fully fund an inflationary increase for local government workers. But COSLA, Conference, that recognition of the difficulties facing local government should not let COSLA off the hook. COSLA really need to grow a spine and stand up, not just for their workforce, but for local government itself. Their workforce should not be used as a political football between them and the Scottish Government. The community services provided by those workers will be absolutely vital to our recovery. Not only do those workers deserve our support, our whole country will suffer if they do not get it. And we will, I fear, become the most centralised part of the United Kingdom, with more and more powers being centralised to Holyrood and further away from our local communities. So, conference, I would urge you to go back to your constituencies. Prepare for battle, because that's, I fear, where we are headed. These workers don't need your claps. They don't need your platitudes. They need a decent wage, and they deserve a decent wage. They need a wage that recognises, respects, and rewards the vital contribution they make to our society. So please contact your local trade unions, find out how you can help us in that fight. Our council workers deserve your support, and I beg you not to let them down. I move the motion.
Can I invite the delegate seconding emergency motion 2 to come to the rostrum, please?
Conference, Stephen Smiley, Unison. Pleased to second the emergency motion from Cunningham. And I want to first of all say, as a local government worker, I'd like to thank Cunningham for bringing this motion to conference, because of all the ideas and plans that we would have as a party as to what local government can do, where it can transform lives, it can contribute hugely to the challenge of climate change, it can transform the lives of children, can look after the lives of older people. It can do none of those things unless they have staff that are properly trained and properly organised and properly committed and properly in place to do the job. And therefore, this question of how we treat our staff is central to any plans that we would have as a party to use local government. Joanna, as she said in her day job, leads the negotiations for the trade unions in local government. And she does a great job. And you'll have heard that her grasp of the figures involved are second to none. I'm not going to try and compete with that. I just want to concentrate on one figure, and that's that figure of 2. Because as Joanna pointed out, we've had 2 years of pandemic. I should say, before I go into that, we had 10 years of austerity before that, where the value of our wages sank. So we entered the pandemic in a pretty bad way in the first place. But 2 years, our local government workers stepped up to the plate. We were amongst those key workers who saved this country, who kept us safe and made sure that we're still standing as we hopefully come out of the pandemic. That's 2 years in real terms. 2 years of home carers not missing a visit to a service user in their homes when nobody else was going into those homes. Many people were being told to stay at home. They were not only leaving their own home, they were going to lots of other people's homes and to ensure that the care was provided. 2 years for residential workers who weren't just providing care and support. For a long period of time, they were like the only family that the residents of those care homes had. 2 years where social work managers, we don't tend to praise the managers very often, for 2 years, managers worked 7 days a week, long hours, just to make sure things kept running, to make sure we had the resources in place. 2 years where the school support workers kept the schools open, not just to provide for the key workers, children of key workers, but throughout it in conditions where, well, we're not going into the details of it, but where the ventilation was letting the cold winter air in. 2 years of that. 2 years where the refuse collectors collected all those lateral flow tests that we were doing out daily and putting in a bin and disposing of all the other rubbish. 2 years where environmental health officers and trade and standards officers were visiting all those places that were allowed to open to make sure that they were safe to do so. And I could go on and on and on about the experience of 2 years that local government workers had to put through. 2 years of stress, 2 years of risk, 2 years of tears in many cases, and some claps, of course. And what did we get? What did we get for that? 2%. That's like 2 slaps, never mind claps, that's 2 slaps to those people. The motion talks about recognising, respecting and rewarding the local government workforce. Well, this offer ignores the contribution and it insults the people that have delivered all of those services over those 2 years. And as Joanna says, the trade unions have rejected
they offer. We demand a much better offer. In Unison, we'll be approaching every single candidate standing in the election, and we'll be asking them, politely, asking them to pledge that they, when elected, if elected, they will support our demands for a decent wage for local government workers. And of course, Labour councillors, we expect and we know will support that demand. Because one of the things which is critical, this isn't just about paying people decent wages. This is recognising that we're already in a crisis in local government in terms of staffing levels. We cannot recruit enough people to deliver the service. We can't retain people. People who, are getting on in the race, who might have worked on for another few years, have had enough, they're tired, they're leaving. We need to be able to recruit a whole new workforce in the coming years, and if we can't do that, the crisis and the cost of living, the crisis of war, the crisis of everything else we face in this country will be joined by a crisis of staffing levels where we will not be able to deliver the services that we demand for our community. So please support the motion. Thank you.
Thanks to delegates for moving and seconding these motions. Can I now see if there's anyone who would like to take part in the debate, please? Quite a lot of hands to choose from. This feels like a tough choice here. In the middle with a T-shirt and the black mask. With a greenish, greyish top, yeah. And lady with a white jumper waving her speech. I might have time for another speaker, so we'll see how this goes. Okay, if speakers can come down the side, and whoever gets there first can go first. Yep, a T-shirt, the man in the T-shirt.
Going up the stairs before.
Thank you, Chair. Conference, my name is Robbie Burgess and I'm from Unison, Scotland. This is my second conference and first time speaking, so forgive me if I stumble across my words. I'm going to be speaking on the housing motion that was brought up. So almost 8,000 children were made homeless in Scotland during the pandemic. Let that sink in. 8,000 children. Children and young people and their families were forced to live in temporary accommodation, such as hostels and B&Bs. Alison Watson, Director of Shelter Scotland, said it was a national disgrace that thousands of households and more than 7,500 children were stuck in temporary accommodation, and that everyone has a right to a permanent home, and that temporary accommodation can never be an adequate substitute. And I completely agree. Everyone in Scotland should have a right to housing. No one should be facing homelessness. Conference, we were talking about the cost of living crisis yesterday, that people choosing between heating and eating. I think in this situation, people are having to choose between paying high-raking council tax and high rent prices or facing being homeless. And that is not and should not be a choice in 2022. Everyone should have a roof over their head. Everyone has a right to affordable council housing. This is a fight for all of us to take part in. Conference to make sure that everyone has a right to a house, from the Labour movement to the trade union movement, which I'm proud to be part of both. Conference, we're talking about housing and making sure that no one in Scotland is homeless and that everyone obviously has a right to a home. But Conference, there's politicians who are also landlords. You can't serve the people while owning your own rental properties. But anyway, Conference, over the next few weeks, we need to tell people in our communities and across Scotland that voting for Labour will hopefully address and will address the housing crisis. Voting for Labour for local champions in our communities that will care about their community and care and represent you, your friends and your family. because you deserve better than what the SNP and the Tories are offering, because it will be Labour that will address the housing crisis in our councils. Thank you.
Thank you. Can the next speaker come up, please? No, I don't think so. Oh, cleanish.
Kathleen Kenyon, the Unison and Aberdeen South CLP first-time speaker. Well, come on, do you know cuts in local government who end up paying for it? Guess who? We do. Yeah, a minute who cut local government, who cut every single parent's income in Scotland somehow, because we end up paying for more service. MP, oh boy, don't they love council? No, they hate local councils. I've been in local government longer than you would think. What I've seen, every local government council being undermined, lost democracy, cut back in budget. Oh, but we maybe get extra money. Yes, but guess what? It ring-fenced for something MP wants. In other words, like a weekend, you do what you told with. You do what we tell you, not what you want. Get in my head. Guess what MP promised? Scrap council tax. Well, that's a good joke. Let's face it. That's 15 years ago. Another 15 years ago. Another 15 years from now, we will still be waiting for no other terminology. You know, that will make me older than Louis McDonald. No! Right, so let go commanding. See, we need a reform. We need a counter-attack, not to be scrapped when I'm that age. We need it now. Please support it more and to build our community and what player. Please support.
Thank you, Delegate. Can the next speaker come up, please?
Hi. Ooh, stuck in my earring. I'm Maddie Desi, Glasgow Calvin CLP, first-time delegate and first-time speaker. I'm speaking in favour of composite motion 4 on the Constitution because I spent the last 9 months of my life campaigning against the UK Tory government's elections bill. Boo. This is a bill which takes power from Labour Party elections campaigns itself with changes to how much unions can donate during election time. It takes power from voters. It increases first past the post and takes power directly from marginalised communities with voter ID and restrictions of migrants' voting rights. These are such backward steps for our democracy when we should be extending and improving it. At a time where we have so many constitutional issues that need addressing, the only thing the Tories are doing is manipulating the system to concentrate as much of our power in their hands as possible. Currently, the elections bill is approaching the committee stage in the House of Lords, and honestly, doing outreach with peers has been one of the most depressing parts of the campaign. Never mind that they're unelected, privileged, and out of touch, most Lords don't even have email addresses. A significant number of our second chamber is virtually uncontactable. It's a disgrace that this still exists. Our second chamber is operating on unjustifiably antiquated systems that should have been abolished decades ago. We must abolish the Lords and offer a democratically elected second chamber in its stead. We need to be offering and bringing to the forefront of our campaigns a message that Labour is clear on democracy and demonstrate and show exciting ideas for constitutional reforms. It is just as imperative that we extend this passion for not settling with the status quo on all constitutional issues. We need an exciting, innovative and democratic party policy of union reform. And there's an appetite for this. COVID has brought a new perspective of the power of devolution across the UK. It's exposed the strengths of devolution as well as the flaws of the current devolution settlement. In both Glasgow and my home of North Wales, Senate members and MSPs from the Labour Party, as well as speakers just coming on before me, have say that Labour is the party of devolution. So let's start making people outside of Labour say this too. Post-COVID, we have a chance to offer a new federal way of doing things. Let's do this. We need a clear and tangible, functioning constitutional plan that stands on its own. This shouldn't be an ulterior options to the SNP's independence wishes or the Tories' centralisation plans. It should be seen as the future. I call on you to support Composite Motion 4. Thanks.
Conference, I've got time to take another 3 speakers, so can I get an indication of who would like to speak? Man over there with the jumper on. Both of you, yeah, and the woman with the red blouse on.
Conference, Eddie Cassidy, United Union. I haven't made up a speech here, but I've got some skin in this game. I'm the convener of Glasgow City Council, and I know a bit about the offer for Cosler, which was 2%, which is remarkable. When even, and I hate to say this to the councillors who are looking for more money, have been offered 5%. Something wrong here, and we have to discuss just exactly what is wrong. But let's talk about the elephant in the room. Most of these motions in relation to local authority is because of one thing, and that's lack of funding in the budgets for local authority. The SNP government 10 years ago decided that the easy target was local authorities to cut. They cut faster, harder and deeper into the local authority budget than even the Tories in England. They'll try and deny it, but I don't see much of the Labour Party's rhetoric and holding their feet to the fire on this, because it's an actual fact. It's almost 4 times the amount that's been cut from the budgets in Scotland that have been in England. And that's something that we should be shouting out about, because if you talk to local authority workers, they don't really understand that. They still think, some of them, that the SNP government are their friends. They're no their friends. I'll tell you who else isn't their friends, because they had some support in all these cuts, and that's the Greens. To their shame, to their eternal shame. They have supported the SNP government in destroying services that are needed by local people. Now, I could go on here all day, as you can imagine. But what I will say to you is this: promises were made, and there's been commitments made by our party here today in relation to funding for local government. Don't want commitments, I want policies. It's got to be a policy, it's got to be written, and it's got to be guaranteed for here on going in. Because we heard the same from Nicola, who told us 5-6 years ago that she would make sure that the funding would be proper and fairer for local government. Where is it? It's in the same bundle where she was going to put together an energy company for Scottish people. It's not there. It's all rhetoric. We need to start calling them out on this. Now, she also said that her commitment, and was rightly said here today, her commitment was education. Now, she stood by and allowed libraries in Glasgow to be closed in the most deprived areas of our city. How are the Waynes in those areas supposed to attain the education that she's been promising them when they can't even get to a library? Now remember, some of these kids cannot afford to go onto the internet, but yet they're still arguing that it's okay to keep the libraries shut. But the other thing that we have to be careful about is this as well. The people who run our libraries in Glasgow is a charitable organisation. That's insane. We need to bring that whole libraries, sports communities back in-house. We shouldn't have it out-house. There should be a commitment from the Labour Party here today to bring it back in-house. The nonsense about the VAT and how they can save money, so on and so forth. There's enough intelligence in this room now to get us round about that. So that's not an excuse. So remember, go out here, make sure everybody knows the one thing that will sort all the problems that we're discussing here this afternoon is one thing: fund local government properly. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Can the next speaker come up to the rostrum, please?
Chair, Conference, Scott Hartles on behalf of the CW to talk about the housing crisis and support the motion. And in doing so, I want to talk about my own experience of renting, private renting. I'm a postal worker in Edinburgh Mail Centre, and I've worked there for the past 10 years. I am younger than I look, I think. I've been renting for pretty much 9 years now. My first time I moved out, the kitchen and myself and my flatmates, a flat in Edinburgh, it was a tenement, and it was really cold. It was so cold that when you'd wake up in the morning, you could see your breath, and that was with the heat on, you could see your breath as you woke up, and the steam and the condensation. Then I moved into another flat, and that flat was a lot better, but it was a bit more expensive. But we were asked if we wanted to renew our lease, and we said yes, we renewed our lease, and then we got a letter essentially saying, no, you've got 2 months to get out because your landlord wants to sell your flat, so find somewhere else to live. And there was no way of challenging this. Then eventually we moved into another flat, and this was by far the worst one. There was issues with mould, it was more expensive, but the big point about this flat, and I talked about this flat in Edinburgh at annual conference down in Brighton, I think it was, on a House in Motion, but the couch was 2 years younger than me. We took all the cushions off and everything like that, and we found out it was made in 1995. This was a couch that we were sitting on in 2019. Then I moved into another apartment. There was issues with a bird's nest in the vent. There was a bird's nest, and we contacted our landlord. Our landlord said, oh, well, we can't do anything about it. We've tried to get in, so you'll just have to live with it. And then again and again and again. And being a trade unionist, I think we all know we're quite stubborn people and we don't give in easily. Eventually got that sorted after about 3 weeks. So I think, sorry. Oh, the point that I want to finish on is that a lot of people in my generation won't be able to own a home until both their parents are dead. And that's because previous generations have been able to afford a good standard of housing. Our generation, my generation, doesn't have that option, so I support the motion.
Thank you. Can the next delegate come up to the rostrum, please?
Not really got time for any more, have you?
Chair, Conference. Iona MacDonald, Vice Chair of Scottish Young Labour. It's been 9 years since I last spoke at Scottish Labour Party Conference. In 2013, I got up on stage as a 15-year-old youth delegate and explained why I wouldn't be voting for Alex Salmond's Yes campaign in 2014. Since then, I've finished school, I've moved to Glasgow, graduated after 5 years of studying, and entered the world of work. Like many young people, I've spent much of that time moving in and out of flats, both student and private rented accommodation, 6 flats in 6 years. And like many, many young people, none of these flats has ever really felt like home. Why is that? It's because as a tenant, you have no control over the substance or fittings. You have little power in negotiating your rent and charges with your landlord. Far too often, young people across the country are forced to live in substandard rental accommodation because that's all they can afford. In 2021, rental prices in Scotland increased by an average of 4.8% and double that in the city of Glasgow. Simply meeting these costs means young people have no opportunity to save the money that they need to put down a deposit and buy a house. And so the opportunity to make your house a home is pushed even further into the future. The Scottish Government said that they would do something about it, but their Help to Buy scheme is now closed, and their low-cost initiative for first-time buyers is not fit for purpose for young people living in Scotland's cities. Meanwhile, house prices continue to rise, trapping more and more young people in a private rented sector which fails to deliver what we need. Composite Motion 3 says that we need to introduce rent controls, give tenants the right to decorate and to have discretion over furnishings, and we need to create a new standard for private lets, ensuring all houses and flats are safe and fit to call home. Conference, please support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. We're not got time to take any more speakers, unfortunately, but thanks to everyone that's taken part in this debate. I think it's been really, really interesting. We're now going to play a short video, hopefully.
In 1998, the Scotland Act received royal assent, and that led the way to the establishment of our Scottish Parliament months later.
I am pleased, therefore, now to declare the Scottish Parliament open.
But it was a campaign that had taken decades, led by Scottish Labour, to deliver our Scottish Parliament. And it wasn't an easy journey, but it was driven by the passion of those who believed we need a better system of government for Scotland. It was a Labour government that delivered, a Labour government that triumphed over a decade of Tory rule. But it was a Labour government that worked with communities campaigning from the bottom up, with trade unionists campaigning against the Thatcher years. The Thatcher years which saw the decimation of our industries, which saw the poll tax, but it brought people together. In 1989, the Scottish Constitutional Convention was established. It was broad-based, it brought together civic society, it involved the trade unions, it involved the churches. It was a cross-party ethos led by Scottish Labour. Sadly, the SNP and the Tories wouldn't take part, but it did bring together Scotland, and it enabled a dynamism and an energy to campaign for a Scottish Parliament. The convention asserted the claim of right for Scotland, and it became the foundation of our campaign and our policies. Our devolution settlement was steered through the UK Parliament by Donald Dewar. Delivering devolution is one of Scottish Labour's proudest achievements. It was about recognising the distinct nature of Scotland and our special place within the United Kingdom. That work of delivering the Scottish Parliament and delivering devolution is not finished, and Scottish Labour is committed to continuing that mission.
Can I now ask Mark Griffin it says in my notes to come to the stage, but he's on the stage already. Mark's going to chair a discussion panel on local government. The panel is comprised of Councillor Eva Murray, Councillor Christine Sullivan, Joanna Baxter and Graham Downey.
Okay. Thanks, Chair. Good afternoon, conference. We've got a fantastic panel here this afternoon representing some of the best of local government, and we just wanted to have a discussion today about the elections that are upcoming in May, what we can do to maximise the number of Labour councils and councillors, and what members can do to maximise that too. And perhaps come first to Graham. You've been selected as a candidate in Fyfe. You've got a lot of experience as a candidate in previous elections as well. And what sort of things are you doing in Fyfe? What are you doing to really motivate your members, get people out and get the community behind you?
I think it's really about trying to find as many opportunities as you can to speak to people. I think that's always, so whether that's done digitally or try to support local businesses by meeting people in person and get them to come along, whether it's doing social media, it's trying to make sure that people are seeing you, but getting an opportunity to speak to you and other party members as much as possible. And I think it's for party members, it's about saying, there's always something you can do. There's always something you can do to help, whether that's door knocking or leafleting, or if it's just someone who's using dialogue at home, there's always something. But I think you've got to make sure that people feel they can help, and there's always something for them to do. And I think that translates through to the voters when they just see you caring about what they care about and asking them questions rather than us always doing the talking.
You've obviously had high-profile campaigns in Glasgow recently around cleansing libraries. How involved have the Labour group, Labour councillors, Labour candidates been in those campaigns? How have they been showing themselves as community champions, basically?
Yeah, absolutely. I think from the day dot when we started seeing the language of waste crisis being used by unions like the GMB, we were very much there from the forefront saying we want to have these conversations and we want to stand with you. We obviously saw a very high-profile strike during COP26 when all the eyes were on our city of our cleansing workers on strike, not just because of the state of the city, but because of their morale is at rock bottom right now, and Labour councillors and Labour candidates. And at that point, we had a lot of Labour representatives from across the country in our city were out there supporting them. I think the same goes for the high-profile Glasgow life closures or potential closures that we've seen. We've already heard this afternoon from people like Eunice who are talking about how it was Labour candidates and Labour councillors who were very much on the forefront there, standing with them on a weekly basis, saying, yeah, we will take your voices into the city chambers, and not just that, but we'll stand with you, like I say, on a weekly basis to learn more from you and take your stories directly into the city chambers. They've been there.
And that campaign was probably a fantastic way to leverage support for a trade union campaign when the eyes of the world were on Glasgow, to get additional funds to pay local government workers the wages that they deserve. And I don't think we're there yet. But I mean, how do local government workers feel just now? I can have an idea. I was chatting to some this morning from North Lanarkshire, but how do local government workers feel just now?
Yeah, and I think, firstly, thank you for taking the time this morning to speak to some of our members in North Lanarkshire. I think what you heard in that meeting is representative of what we hear across the entire country. There's just such a frustration and an anger that they just feel completely forgotten by politicians, particularly the Scottish Government, and that, other workers who perhaps are in uniforms are more visible to members of the public. Their efforts are recognised in a way that many workers in local government, their efforts have not been. And I think we do face a period in time where there's a real prospect of industrial unrest across the country, because these workers are people who have kept our communities going in the most difficult of times, and they've had nothing in terms of recognition for their efforts. And in fact, actually, their lives have very often been made much harder. So, we do need to recognise the vital work that they do, respect the work that they do, respect the professionalism of these workers, which is very often ignored, and reward them. I mean, I think, as Eva said, morale is at rock bottom. We talk about local government cuts, but what we're actually talking about are people's jobs being cut. We've had a decade of cuts to back office functions across local government. So if you look at planning or environmental health officers, for example, there are massive recruitment crises because those are the areas of the budget that are not protected by the Scottish Government, and so have been the areas where local authorities have had to make cuts in order to pass their budgets. So that's got to stop. There's got to be an investment in local authorities, not just to prevent further cuts, but to reward workers who have gone above and beyond. And I think you will see that there is a level of anger and frustration out there that means that, to be honest, if the Scottish Government don't move on this, workers will stand up for themselves, and everybody in this party should support them in doing so.
What we heard from Anas yesterday and Keir today was them setting out how much they value not just those uniformed workers, but actually the whole army of public sector workers that have kept this country going through the pandemic. What can the Labour candidates, the Labour councillors, the Labour councillors, what can they do to show actually, just because you don't have a visible uniform, what can they do to show how can they express the support to those key workers?
So I think it's taking every available opportunity to highlight their work, to express solidarity, and to make commitments that will be delivered if they're elected about paying people a decent wage, a wage that they're more than deserving of. As you heard from Stephen Smiley in the debate earlier, Unison will be asking candidates across all parties to sign a pledge to stand up for local government workers, to recognise, respect and reward their work. And we would expect local Labour candidates to sign that, to stand in solidarity. But also, let's be clear, after the election, the unions will hold elected politicians to account. So if they sign up to that pledge, we will hold their feet to the fire afterwards. And that means that every single elected representative has a role to play in COSLA, in lobbying politicians. And as I said earlier, COSLA need to grow a backbone and stand up to the Scottish Government and make it clear that they're not going to put up with more and more cuts to their funding.
Christine, we've heard in speeches earlier just about exactly the difference a Labour council can make in administration. You're obviously deputy leader in West Lothian Council. What are the real differences that a Labour council can make? A real difference having Labour champions, not just SNP stooges that are happy to take the government's line?
That's quite a big question, Mark, but one that I'm more than happy to answer. For me, it's all about priorities, because as we've already heard today, as Joanna's talked about and others, council budgets have been slashed, absolutely decimated over the period of the SNP government in Holyrood. In West Lothian alone, we've lost 150 million in the past, 15 years? So, that's a sizable chunk of money that could have went to protecting jobs, protecting services. So we have to prioritise with the pot of money that we've got. We can't do anything else. We can't magic money up. So in West Lothian, we've prioritised jobs. We have a no compulsory redundancy policy. We have invested 9 million in the past 5 years in a jobs task force that has created and protected over 760 jobs, and that will be a firm commitment going forward. We've invested in services for a community, whether it's for care to look after people at home,
We have moved up from 21st, I think it was, in the rankings for attainment back in 2017, up to 3rd. We are investing in education for our children. We are investing in our communities, supporting the people that have really felt the brunt of the austerity, both from Westminster and from Holyrood. I was speaking earlier on at lunchtime today about the money that we've put into supporting creating a food network that is giving people food with dignity, and it's shameful that we should have to be doing that in 2022, but that is the situation that both the SNP and Tory governments have put us in. So for me, it's about prioritising our spend and making sure that the people who are really in need have what basically have what they need to live their lives in a dignified way, so they can put food on the table, put clothes on their back, and live well locally, which was a key theme at COSLA this year, but one that isn't recognised by either the SNP or the Conservatives.
Yeah, and it's good to hear about Labour principles in action in local government, and it was good to come and see you and Lawrence. I think that was my first in-person meeting that we had after the pandemic. It was great.
It didn't put you off.
No, I'll certainly be back. But, you know, we talk about the language of priorities, but we also talk about trying to secure additional, much-needed extra funding for local councils, and Labour councils have been at the forefront of asking for that extra money. Has a single SNP councillor in West Lothian actually stood up and called out Nicola Sturgeon or the Finance Secretary and said West Lothian needs extra funding?
No. And repeatedly we've held up to them that their colleagues sitting at COSLA stood up for the first time ever. All councillors at COSLA stood together as one and demanded fair funding for councils, because they know that means fair funding for local communities. But when you hold that up in a local chamber, none of them recognise it, because none of them want to speak out. And it all comes back to the old tribal politics. And that's what we have to move away from. And we have to have grown-up conversations about what our priorities are as a nation. And that's nothing to do with flags.
Absolutely. And Graham, perhaps you can set out, how's the campaign going so far? Obviously, we need to, especially in an STV election, we need to appeal to people right across the political spectrum. As Kirsty's saying, having grown-up conversations, essentially being the adults in the room and not the two other parties who will be fighting over two different flags. How are you working to appeal to people right across that spectrum?
I think what's been most noticeable is that you're seeing a lot of soft SNP supporters actually not just willing to talk to you, but they suddenly don't want to talk about the Constitution quite as much. They're saying things on the doorstep like, yeah, I support independence, but not right now. Or if the chance comes again, maybe, but I'm disappointed. I'm disappointed in the SNP, and that's coming across more and more, and it is around local services. They see that staff are not being respected. They see that these things aren't happening, and it's a council election, so obviously they see their potholes aren't filled in. The number of times we all still have to deal with potholes, but these are things people actually see, and they're starting, I think, to make that connection. They're starting to be able to say, and so you're saying, well, actually, how about we don't have that conversation right now? How about we talk about what Labour will do in this area? How about we talk about devolving control of more funding to local communities, which is a big thing in the South West Committee in Fyfe, where I'm standing, where there's money that can do a lot of local good. You say, well, let's just talk about that. What are your priorities? What do you want to see? What transport do you want to see in the area? And that's, again, something we're seeing a lot of. People who, there's one bus an hour, they can't get from a village in West Fyfe into Dunfermline, never mind onto a park and ride and into Edinburgh or Glasgow, despite geographically it being a 35-minute drive from Edinburgh or Glasgow. And they're starting to see that as being a real problem, and that's what they're starting to want to talk about. And I think that's becoming more and more interesting. And I think for a campaign, the more we can have those conversations, both with SNP voters and saying, look, let's just try and fix some local problems. We understand we've got a disagreement, but can we just try and fix local problems? And kind of saying a little bit of the same to Tory voters who are disillusioned with Boris Johnson and the way he's acting, And again, they're not seeing action. They're not seeing things improving, and they're not seeing things happening. So if we're going in there and saying, look, we're going to invest to bring jobs to the area, to try and improve services, and pointing out sometimes that the link between that thing not getting fixed and funding, and actually making sure they see the link. And my biggest concern has been, because the SNP and the Tories have done it in such a clever, manipulative way, it's been little bit by little bit by little bit, which means it's harder for someone to say, that happened because of that. But I think they're starting to now. And the more you can say, that's not fixed because there's not enough money being given to us. And oh, by the way, the Scottish Government's budget's gone up like that. And I think I think it was probably you I stole it from, actually, Joanna, the graph that just shows in really graphic terms, Scottish budget up, local government budgets down. That's why things aren't happening. So can we talk about that, please? And I think the more we have those conversations, they'll see that the Labour Party are the only ones who actually want to solve those local problems. And that is how I think we build that conversation. We change the agenda to be about what it should be about, which is actually helping people, and shift it away from flags. Because, yeah, the sooner we get off that conversation with a voter, the more they see that we're the only ones with anything to say beyond that first line.
You've had those conversations are absolutely crucial, but actually having the conversations in the first place is what's going to really make a difference in this election. And I know that Glasgow Labour have been out knocking doors already for months and months and doing an absolute power of work. But there are still members who, as we come out the pandemic, they're still a bit nervous about coming out on the doors. They're still a bit nervous about maybe people answering the door and slamming it in their face and saying, this is too risky, what are you doing here? But through the Scottish Parliament elections and the council campaigning so far, actually what I've found is people have been desperate to actually just get to speak to somebody, to see someone face to face. What's your experience so far of being campaigning in Glasgow, and what would you say to members who are maybe a bit reluctant to come out and help you?
I think there's like two kind of sides of it. I think one, the pandemic has kind of shown us that there's different ways to campaign, which was a positive, and I think we should take from that what we can, and we had to adapt. But now as we get back to kind of normality, or some sort of normality, a lot of us who do go door knocking, leafleting, whatever, can go back to that. But also to say to members that, you know, there are alternatives. If you would be happier phone banking or hosting a phone bank, whatever it may be, or stuffing leaflets, stuffing envelopes, whatever it may be, that there is an option for you. But I think much what you said, I think the conversations that I'm having on the doorstep are much better. Even people that we've had down as, you know, when you know yourself, when you see it, you know, last contact in 2019 or whatever maybe was SNP solid, and you're going in and actually just prepared for that tough conversation, and actually people are just much more open to it. And I think there's a lot more people who have been SNP for a long time moving to undecided, which is obviously a step in the right direction. I think it's just like you say as well, that people do just want to have those conversations. I think especially as an example in Glasgow is that we can go to the doorstep with not just a plan, but to say, like, what are your local issues? And we know the local issues that are going to come up. We know it's going to be things like bins, potholes, you know, community facilities, because this is the thing, it's not like a targeted thing in Glasgow. There is a community facility in every single ward that is under threat, or, you know, we know the bin collections across the city are you know, getting worse. So if we're already prepared for that, and we know it's going to be there, we can, you know, have those conversations as a starting point, and then it might grow wider and into other issues or different interest areas. But I haven't really found that the Constitution has been coming up even as much as it did in the 2017 council election, which we all know it shouldn't really be coming up in a local election anyway. But I haven't found that. I think, as Graham said, that more and more people are, you know, looking out their front door and seeing that things aren't quite right. Even their statutory services that they, you know, were relied on and just got done without them thinking are now very much not even a skeleton-like operation, but are just non-existent. And I think the fact that people are coming around wanting to discuss that and have that conversation and have a plan to actually tackle it is crucial. And I think coming out of this pandemic, people are up for that conversation and more open to our ideas. And I think many of us who have the scars of the 2014 campaign are pleased to see that, of course. But also, you know, I think it's just important that we actually are having those conversations now so we can take them forward.
Yep. And similarly, when we're talking about fighting for funding for Glasgow, or we're talking about fighting to keep Glasgow's libraries open, or whether we're talking about cleansing, maybe it's just my social media bubble, but I didn't see any SNP politicians calling for that. I didn't see any councillors or MSPs asking Nicola Sturgeon about it. Did I just miss it?
No,
Have the SNP been saying things I've just not?
No, you're absolutely spot on. It's probably a contentious subject, or it's quite on social media that a lot of the SNP politicians, as you can imagine, will turn up for the photograph. So when Whiteinch Library was reopened a couple of weeks ago, and our local MP and MSP turned up for a quick photograph, and the one during the Scottish Parliament election that I loved when I was standing against Bill Kidd was that he took a week to decide if he wanted to sign the petition or not to keep the library open. So it is absolutely, they're too scared to challenge the SNP at Holyrood. The councillors are too scared to challenge the SNP at Holyrood, and they are non-existent. Every time that we brought motions to full council, or maybe it was very much trying to say the situation wasn't as bad as it actually was, and there was a bigger issue at Westminster, which had already been discussed, that's not actually a thing. That Scottish government, we know for a fact the Scottish government's budget has went up, and the cuts to local government have been, was it quadrupled or whatever the statistic is. So no, they've been non-existent. And I think what gets me is that people who I've spoken to who have been diehard SNP supporters have noticed that, and that's the thing that's bringing them to us, is that you stood with us and you were visible. And I don't really care what party you are, but you stood with us and you were visible when you actually did what you said you would do and actually stand up for us. And that's why they're coming to us. It's not, maybe not necessarily at this point, a party political thing, but they are coming to us and they are voting for us because they're seeing that our candidates and our councillors are the ones out on the ground actually supporting them, like I said earlier, on a weekly basis.
Yeah. Well, we've heard some really passionate, fantastic voices from the podium today, yesterday, and I'm sure we will tomorrow from some of our new candidates. Kirsten, I don't know, how many new candidates have you got in West Lothian? Are you?
Mark, you put me on the spot here. I'm having to do, maybe look to Tony in the audience. But we've 5. Yeah.
I mean, we've got a whole range of really passionate, fantastic candidates coming through, and it's great to know that we've got 5 new passionate, fantastic candidates coming through in West Lothian. But what is it that everyone here can be doing? The members who are maybe watching online, what can they do to make sure, this time next year we don't have the people here who are giving passionate speeches as candidates? What can we do to make sure that next year they're giving passionate speeches as councillors?
I think just get out and help in any way that you can. And that might just be having a conversation with someone else in your street, with someone else in your household, and really, sharing what our values are, what we hope to bring to local government, what our commitments are, but also the difference that we'll make. As I think Graham already touched upon, there's loads of ways to help now, and not everyone can get out the house, put a leaflet through a door, or wants to knock a door or lift the phone, but there's loads of other things they can do. Even just as simple as sharing something in social media, we need to get our message out there, and we need to resonate with the younger generation as well. I think for too long we've maybe relied on an older demographic, and we need to start making the connections. And I think a really good way for us to do that is through talking about our policies around the environment. Because I think young people are really energised by that subject. They've got the ideas that will bring about change, and they're really up for innovation. I think sometimes if you're kicking on a bit, like some of us are, or if you're already in elected office, sometimes you can be a bit constrained by, there's set budgets, and you're working within a narrower framework. But young people can think without those constraints. They can have the big ideas, and some of them won't work, but some of them absolutely will, and we need to be having those conversations and engaging our younger members more and inviting them to come forward.
Can I also just add to that, Mark? I think we also need to be tapping into the skills and experience within our union movement, because many of the workers that I deal with on a daily basis are fantastic advocates for their communities, actually. And what better way to rebuild local government by having elected representatives who know how it works because they've worked in it. So some of those voices of workers on the ground, actually, we should be developing and bringing through.
Yep. Thanks very much, everyone, for joining us on the panel today. I just wanted to reflect on some of the contributions that we heard today. Now, a lot of the speeches that we heard this afternoon were all about the cuts and the real impact that those are having in communities. And I think we need to take away that message loud and clear. And Eddie from Unite was absolutely right, that this is a political choice. For the last 10 years, the government's budget has increased by 8%. At the same time, they've cut local government budgets by 12%. Government have billions more to spend, but local government has $1 billion less to spend. And you can see it. You can walk outside of this building and you'll see exactly the result of those cuts. And that's something we need to take away and really push hard. But we won't be able to do that if we don't maximise the number of Labour councillors that we have. We've heard already that it's going to be Labour councillors that will stand up to the Scottish Government. It will be Labour councillors who will stand up to Holyrood to demand that funding, to demand those powers to deliver for those communities. But I mean, the message that I hope that you would take back to your CLPs and affiliated unions is that we've had a fantastic array of local government candidates speaking today, yesterday and tomorrow. Now, we can't just vote for them at a selection meeting and pat them on the back and wish them on their way. It's up to us to get them elected. It's up to us to make sure that they become the Labour champions for their community. So if that means that every Saturday morning we're out chapping doors, having those conversations, that's what it will take. If it means burning your ear off, listening to that dialogue music to get Labour candidates elected, that's what we need to do. So it's up to us in this room to make sure that we don't have, like I say, SNP stooges just happy to take the government line. We want Labour champions in our council chambers, but it's up to us to deliver it. Thanks very much to everyone on the panel this afternoon.
Thanks, Mark, Eva, Joanna, Graham and Christine for that really insightful discussion on local government. Obviously, the council elections are just 2 months away now, so local government is going to be at the forefront in our minds. I hope that you're all going to, I'm sure you are all going to be out chapping the doors every weekend from now until then. And best of luck to all our Scottish Labour and our Scottish Labour and Co-op candidates who are standing on the 5th of May. Conference. Before we finish this afternoon's session, delegates will be invited to vote on the motions debated on the Building the Stronger Communities of the Future debate. Votes will be taken by show of hands. Can I ask everybody that's in favour of composite motion 2 on local government cuts to raise your hands, please? Thank you. Is there anybody against? That's carried unanimously. Can I ask all those in favour of motion 7 on community sports facilities to raise your hands? Thank you. Is there anybody against? That's unanimous as well. Can I ask all those in favour of composite motion 3 on housing to raise their hands? Thank you. Is there anybody against? No, that's passed unanimously too. Can I ask all those in favour of composite motion 4 on the Constitution to raise their hands? Thanks. Is there anybody against? Abstention. Okay, that's passed. Can I ask those in favour of motion 8 on public services Glasgow Life to raise their hands? Thanks. Is there anybody against? That's passed unanimously. Can I ask all those in favour of motion 9 on councillor pay to raise their hands? Thank you. Is there anybody against? No, that's passed unanimously as well. And finally, can I ask all those in favour of emergency motion 2 on local government pay to raise their hands? Thank you. Is there anybody against? No, that's passed unanimously. Excellent. Conference, before you head off to enjoy your Saturday night, I'd obviously like to encourage you to take advantage of all the really excellent fringes which have been put on. Please look at your conference guides and please support the fringes which help make conference possible. conference, we've also got a number of social events this evening in the Strathclyde suite in here. First at 6:30, we've got the Net Zero reception, kindly sponsored by WWF Scotland. Hospitality has been arranged, so please make the most of it. At 8:30, we've got the conference quiz organised by Ian Murray. And at 9:30, it's a conference disco, so please bring your dancing shoes. And apparently there's going to be a photo booth available as well, so that's something to look forward to, isn't it? So thanks again for a brilliant second day at conference. Have a great evening, and we'll see you tomorrow bright and early, 10 o'clock sharp.